Oforma. I have with me here the members of the Ipob family. Like we always, every Wednesday, we do come here to talk to our people at 12 p.m. Biafran time. But before I commence, I would like to call upon the name of Chukwu because this holy platform we are broadcasting is dedicated to him. And it's always important to acknowledge him each time we come on this air, because what he's doing, nobody can do it for us. Ekekere n'igwe anyị akpọkọ oge n'ụbọchị tata ezi onye nwe nna Chineke anyị aja gị mma anyị na-ekene gị n'ihe niile nke ị na-eme ya na-akpọpụta ụmụ gị from n'ime oru ezi onye nwe anyị na-afọ aka ọrụ gị anyị na-afọ ọgụ niile nke ị na-anọrọ anyị ezi onye nwe nnekwana nwa odibo gị bụ nwansị Nnamdi Kanu nọ n'aka ndị ilo chebekwanụ ya bụkwanụ ya ụzọ bekwanụ ya azụ ekpekwanụ ka ndị ilo fụkwanụ ya ekpekwanụ ka ndị ilo mee ihe ọjọọ chekwanụ ụmụnne anyị ndị ọzọ ụmụ gị ndị ọzọ nọ n'ụlọ mkpọrọ ọdịghị ihe ha mere wee kwupụta ozi ọma gị anyị na-asị gị chebekwa ha gbaa ha ume ka ha wee kwudosi ike ma n'ezie na ọ bụ nke nwa bụ okike bụ onye dịrị ha nekwana ụmụ ha Ipob n'ụwa dum niile anyị na-asị gị chebekwana anyị nyekwana anyị ike wepụkwanụ mmụọ ịda mba nye anyị ike ụbọchị ribasa afọ ụbọchị nkwọ ka anyị wee na-anụ ọgụ a ị na-anụrụ anyị na mmụọ anyị wee na-anụzi nke ife anyị na-asị gị eze onye ebere ya nọnyere anyị n'ụbọchị nke taata okwu ọna nke anyị ga-ekwu ka ọ bụrụ okwu ya amịta mkpụrụ ihe ọna nke anyị yọrọ n'ụbọchị nke taata ka ọ bụrụ ihe ya amịpụta ihe ezi onye nwanna Chineke lekwa n'otu ndị iru anyị si wee sị na ụmụ gị aga ṅụrụ mmiri tọrọ ike ala otu ha si egbusisi ụmụ gị anyị na-asị gị ka ha niile ha were akpa nkata ka ha gbukọrịtabakwa onwe ha ndị si na anyị agara ana nekwa n'obodo na-agba mgba okpuru na-esi n'azụ egbuola anyị aja na garị na-agba izu gasị si na anyị agara ana na anyị ga-abụ ohu bụrụ ha anyị na-asị gị ezi onye nwe m cheta ha ka ihe ike na-emekwa n'obodo ha ahụ ka ndị ilo ha na-anụso ha ọgụ ka akụnụba ha niile na-ekposasị ka ike niile ha nwere na-ada mba ezi onye nwe m meere anyị ihe dum niile n'ikpeazụ na anyị ga-enye gị ekele mba ụwa ga-amakwa na ọ bụ gị nwa mere otu isi wee kwupụta from ọnụ nwa odibo gị na Biafra na-abịa na ya bụ ihe ntụmama na ya mevu anọ mmiri akụkụ ọ ya abụkwa anyị na-asị gị bịa mezuo nke anụwa biko na ọ dịghị ihe anyị nwere sọsọ gị maka anyị nwere ndị ọzọ bụ egbe bụrụ mma sọsọ okwu ọnụ gị nke itiri anyị n'ọnụ ka anyị ji were ekwu okwu wee na-ekwu wee na-ekpebi wee na-asị nabatakwa na ebere anyị n'ụbọchị nke taata anyị bụkwanụ nwata anyị na-asa ahụ n'afọ wee na-echetakwanụ ndị mbụ ndị egede ndị bụ anyị ụzọ wee na-asị ha dụkwala n'anya ọgụ a n'oge elukwananụ ị na-anya na okirikiri anyị niile a na-anụ ọgụ a na-eche njisi ndị ọchịchị gasị wee na-asị bịanụ ọla anyị ọgụ a ụnụ si oge ọ na-akpọkọ ụnụ na ụnụ ga-abịa anyị na-asị oge ruo na bịanụ n'ụlọ anyị ọgụ a gbuchapụla anyị ndị ilo anyị niile aka ọbụla ji anyị gbajisịa n'aka ahụ anyị wee naba wee gafee nna anyị ofufe wee dozikwa be anyị otu ọ dịbụ na mbụ maka anyị bụ ndị gboo otu ahụ ka ọ ga-esi wee dịrị gawa anyị malụkwana ya ọnabatakwana anyị amakwana ya ọnabatakwana na anyị bụ nwata anyị na-asa ahụ n'afọ na ọ dịghị nke anyị ma ihe anyị madoro nke anyị mụtara wee na-asị gị ezi onye nwe m bịa gọzie anyị n'ụbọchị nke taata anyị wee na-asị ise Biafrans and friends of Biafra have one or two things to say this evening. First of all, we have been lamenting to the whole world since 1967. The conniving to continue to hold us in perpetual slavery. They have sold us into slavery. According to the statistic, 6 out of 10 Black Americans originated from birth of Biafra. For nearly 400 years, we have been into slavery. Human slavery, for that matter, they auction us. We perish in ocean, Atlantic Ocean. We perish in desert. We build a new world called America. Slave. Our descendant, they helped and build the first world called Europe. At the end, many of them were killed. Those that were left was sent to Caribbeans, far away distant land where no human being has ever occupied. That is inhabitants. That is why some of these places today, natural disasters are occurring in those areas because it's no human being has ever habited those areas, and it's not suitable because of the mother nature. And what left on Europe? They sent them into Second World War and make sure First World War and make sure none of them survived. And the rest is a history. And every day, every night, they are calling on us and asking for us to remember them, those of us that died. And the world continued to hold us down. 67 we were massacred. And today, still the same thing. Every day we are protesting. Every day we are campaigning. Every day we are tweeting. Every day we are writing articles, making phone calls, contacting those that matters. But they showed us a deaf ear. Rather, they are sending the army, using a proxy army, using the Nigerian Zoo army to continue to massacre us and kill us and hold us down to perpetuity. On the surface, they are promoting a democracy. They are promoting all manners of good things, but behind the scene, we are leaving our land in droves. They are driving us away from our land. Fulani men are taking over, massacring, killing our people, occupying, because they got a green light from their master. We Biafrans has been asking, what did we do to deserve this kind of punishment? Rather, they turn our land into organ harvesting, into breeding ground for human trafficking. Because from their statistic, we are the perfect match for any organ harvesting in the world. And we are running away from our land. Many of us perish in the desert. If you succeed from the desert, the Mediterranean is waiting for you. If you try to escape or survive it, if the coast guide allows you in, or they might as well shut you dead and throw your body into the ocean. And we keep on lamenting. Time has come when we have to take the bull by the horn, because our destiny is in our own hand. It's nobody is going to give us freedom. We know that, but what we are doing is we are letting the whole world know. Because the world has their media preponderance. And they will use it to blackmail us, which they have already been doing. Any criminal activities in Biafra land, let's say it's Ipob, and they target the ESN, just to make sure they're diminishing our name, just to make sure they tag us down. But Ipob knows that they are peaceful movement. We are self-determination. We are not seeking for what doesn't belong to us. And we are not looking for anybody's trouble. But the power that being decided that we the Biafrans doesn't worthy of living. Talk less of having our self-determination. In fact, We are not capable of managing our life. We are not even capable of thinking. So for that reason, they hand the power over to the third proxy to be controlling us, to decide when we shall get up, when we shall sit down, and when we shall cry, and when we shall mourn. There is no laughing. We must continue to push this because this IPOB is what we have. And while we are doing that, we must continue to campaign for the release of our leader Mazi Kanu. Because he is the man that used the mouth to bring down the zoo. Expose them all with facts and their figure. And today, he has labeled the Nigerians for the whole world to see. But because of the oil and other stuff they are getting from Biafra land, they show a blind eye. Allow atrocity. Their past so-called democratic election was won by P2P from Biafra land. They held bent instead of them to give him that power. Rather, they will give it to someone that is almost gone, that cannot decide, doesn't even know where he is at. And they keep on preaching us democracy. And this standard, they will not accept it in their own country. But they expect us to accept it. Isn't this a double standard? We are not blocking the Western interests. We Biafrans, we welcome the Westerners to invest in our land because we love and we welcome an inward investment. All we are asking for is for us to decide our own fate, to rule ourselves. When the British came, they destroyed everything about us, which is against the human fundamental right. They destroy everything. Try to rewrite our history. Try to change everything about us. You know what? When you lose your identity, you're completely useless in life. If you doubt me, look around the world where the colonization went and modified indigenous people there. Or where they took many of us there and then put them into slavery and allow them. How their life are. If they are connected to the land, you will find out they are not. They are the people, they are the lost souls. Because the identity has been altered. They have no culture anymore. And for that reason, they are just chasing a wind without any direction. We must call it the way it is. Nigeria has already been expired, which every one of us here knows. But the power that being is trying to see if they can patch it and hold on to power. Biafrans, I know we are fearless. We must stand up. One of another most important thing we must eliminate from our mix so that Biafra will come without any hesitation is criminality in our land. We must call it out the way it is because it's impacting everybody. Nobody is immune, but mostly we are concerned of our people. Mostly those in the business, those in the village doing their businesses, poor ones, and those in their city doing businesses. These people, their customers from neighboring countries stop coming because of insecurity. The local shops in the village, Mama Nkechi that flies akara on the side of the roads. Grocery shops that is in a remote area, they are not selling because nobody is coming home anymore. Not a lot of people, I hasten to say. And for that reason, there is no circulation of money. When those of us go home, they stay in Yoruba land and then call for their parents to come over and spend money. And then they spend the money in the West or in the North. That side, the economy is booming. Why else our own side, Biafra land, is drying up? And who is doing all these things? We. And to the extent, the Nigerian government sponsoring the terrorists that are terrorizing the land, kidnapping. On top of that, sponsoring Fulani henchmen for the raping and pillage of our farmland. They are attacking us from 3 fronts or 4 fronts. 1, Biafrans local criminals, gangs, that kidnapping people, taking ransoms. That one is one. Second one is the federal government of Nigeria, their armed forces, that put the roadblocks and kidnap people 2 posts before their stations and then take ransom from them. The third one, the Fulani henchmen, they are kidnapping. Right now, they are in cooperation with our own local people and kidnap people. Then the fourth one is in some state, like Imo State, Ebubago and Co., killing the innocent citizen of Imo State, sponsoring by Hope Uzodinma. And we saw it the other day, the federal government sponsored them in Ebubago, using the Vumahi, and this man, the governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodinma, to kill and pillage our land in the name of being in power. An outsider. That is what we call abomination, but I don't know if this abomination still exists today. A foreigner came to our land and then asked the sitting governor that says he's an Biafra and he has Igbo blood to go and kill his own kinsmen. And they asked them, how many do you need? How high do you want me to jump? How many heads do you need? How many tons of blood do you need? How many organ harvesting do you need? Is it kidney? Is it which part do you need? Because they travel to Imo State and buy human parts. It's not a joke. That is why that thing in Imo State people must make sure that man never stay there beyond this year. The atrocity, the souls, family homes destroyed that is priceless. Family home that is more than 3 generations. Family histories being destroyed. On top of that, killing the innocent youths. The lucky ones get sent to North in the prison or DSS dungeon. Lavishing there. They didn't commit any crime. The only crime they committed is they are from Imo State. Today, there is no young man or able man in Olo and other areas, surrounding areas. I don't know how people are associating themselves with people like this. IPOB have to return back to what we do. We need to start calling these people by their names. This man is a taboo. No No Igbo man should associate himself or get close to this man for all the atrocities he has committed for no just cause. Before him, Imo State was peaceful. Regardless of what we think or said, when Okorocha was the governor of Imo State, that man didn't kill any IPOB. And he didn't prosecute any IPOB member. The only crossroad he had with IPOB was arresting our women that come out for protest toward the end of his tenure. Imo State was peaceful. There is no kidnapping. There is no killing. When the rightful owner won the election, Imo State was peaceful. There is no issues. Then this monster, blood-sucking demon, that Supreme Court imposed, someone that can become fourth, automatically becomes one, came to power. He started drinking the blood of his own kind. We have to call it what it is. But the good thing is, nobody stays in power forever. Today we heard that the Bongos of Gabon, the military has taken over. He has ruled them for how many years? The same thing applies to every one of us. No one will stay in position forever. Someday, one day, you will step down and the judgment will be passed. It doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what you do. Let me recap what I said before I hand over. Mostly I will talk more about the insecurity in our land. We have to take it seriously. We have to take it seriously. We need to be reporting where we see all these things. We need to be reporting them because they are hampering us. They are stopping our growth. We ask our own kinds to return back home because that is the safest place for them at this very second. No other place is safe for them, not even North, not even Yoruba land. Biafra land is beautiful. We need to return home and develop it. And by grace of God, Biafra is here, not far off. We need to develop our land. While we are doing that, we must make sure it's crime-free. Not the state-sponsored terrorism. We must report things where we see them so that the security people will take adequate care. Because this is how we prevent all these things. We have to use our imagination. Our people have to be security consciousness. What is around you, where you go out, what you say, observe things, don't jump into things with your emotions. Learn so you can live tomorrow. I have to stop here. I will hand the microphone to my colleague. Ekene, if you're here, are you to you? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mazi Oforma. Thank you for that wonderful opening points raised and really diving into the main issues that are at stake now as far as what's the development in our land. I will continue from where Mazi Oforma stopped, but before I do so, I would like to thank our host tonight and my colleagues for coming online tonight and our wonderful listeners, our audience, wherever you're joining us from. I'd like to acknowledge your participation in tonight's program. Now, for me, it's rather sad. I come with a mixed feeling of sadness and a little bit of happiness that these things are happening. sad that the same thing keeps happening to us, and it appears that we're not learning. But I am happy about the slow progress when it comes to the growth of our collective consciousness around the issues as they happen to us as a people in Nigeria. Some of these issues, Mazi Oforma has already opened them up and touched on them. I just want to narrow down to the issue of our leaders, the so-called Igbo leaders, really exhibiting characteristics, threats of a coward, threats of cowardice. When I was a child growing up, I heard my grandparents always talk about the strength of the Igbo people. The names of the people then were like Dim or the Mego Juku. Before you're given a name such as Dim, it means that you're a warrior. Dim. It's a powerful name. Ike. Ikemba. Ike. Today we have no longer Ike, as in powerful people from a powerful tribe. We have people like Ike Guremad. Is this one Ike as well? You see, we are the architects of our own problem. And what is happening to us is of our own making. We are perpetuating our own suffering, our own oppression in Nigeria. It is very, very disappointing that you would have a group of so-called Igbo leaders going to beg the Nigerian president to release Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Why would you beg for his release? Why would begging be the best option? This is a country, this is not a family meeting. This is not Umunna meeting. Even in family meetings, even in Umunna, tribal meetings, kindred meetings, in group in social gathering meetings, social context, there are still policies, there are still laws, there are rules and regulations that have to apply in every situation. You don't get nothing by begging. Because if you have to beg, then you're setting yourself up to be exploited. And if you've already been exploited, then you're setting yourself for much greater exploitation. Begging is very wrong. The Igbo people, as a people, our people don't beg. That's why even during the war, people were working hard to feed. Even straight after the war, despite the devastating impact of the war, economically devastating, and of course politically devastating, because we lost our power, our voice in Nigeria. We lost our economics footing as far as Nigeria was concerned. We had to reconnect. We have to go back to Nigeria as a way. But we went back with nothing. So even at that, our parents, our grandparents, they still ended up working hard to build themselves and rebuild from scratch. So Igbo people don't beg. In fact, growing up, those who see begging on the road, we are Fulanis. Begging. We do not beg. We make things happen. But more and more, we have a generation. That's why I come here with sadness. It's very sad. These people that now call themselves elders, this is the worst generation I've ever seen. This is the generation after my own parents' generation. They are horrible. They are helpless. This generation of so-called Igbo political leaders are helpless. They do not understand. They have no concept about politics. They have no concept about whether it's intra-politics, international politics. They have no context. They have no understand, no idea, no clue about negotiations and when to employ negotiation, when to stick on the sharp edge of law, when to demand that the principles of law, of rule of law, be respected to letter Z. They don't know when this should happen. They do not understand concept of rights. They don't understand when to insist on their rights and on the dictates of the law, the principles, the democratic principles. They don't even know how to use this. And every now and then they think democracy is just about voting. Democracy is about vote. That's all they're interested in. They do not understand what we call the concept of democratic principles means that people have the right, fundamental human right, to exercise, to demand, to speak. They have right to demand that their rights be respected. They have right to demand that they be accorded maximum freedom of expression and freedom of movement. They have right to not be jailed judicially, like illegally. When you read in the news about Igbo leaders going to Abuja to beg for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, it is a sad development. Why would you beg, for Christ's sake? You see, when Ipob began, these so-called leaders blamed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They said they hated how he broadcast. They hated the stuff he talked, how he talked. We don't like how he talks. He disrespects the elders. He doesn't respect us. He calls us all sorts of names. Now, ask yourself, take a look back to things and listen to take a look back in the past, into the past, and come back to the present. Listen to what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said. Pay attention to the consistency of what revelations of the things he has revealed through Radio Biafra. Pay attention to the consistency of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's charging of Igbo elite, of Igbo leaders. Pay attention to the things he has confronted them on, the things he had condemned their attitude. What are these events? You realize that these events keep reoccurring. You realize that these leaders, so-called leaders, keep making the same mistake. I keep saying so-called because for me, they don't represent me. I don't see them as leaders. These bunch of fools are not leaders. They are making caricature of the great Igbo race. And now that you come to the problem today. This is a country you say we are better off in Nigeria. We are part of Nigeria. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Ipob talk about self-determination, talk about outright independence of Biafra through referendum, you say, oh no, let us have hope that Nigeria will work. Let us try for one more time. It's always been one more time. Good Lord Jonathan is from our side. Let us vote him, and after him, things will change. You voted for Good Lord Jonathan. And then everything went back to square one. And then there was National Confab 2014. At the same time, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was already saying this will be useless. It's not the first. It's not the first we are seeing National Confab. It's not about it's not about calling for confederation. It is about implementing the recommendations, the outcome of such a monumental gathering. And that was the problem. Because they spent billions of naira on that meeting, on that conference. And nothing that came out of that meeting, 2 weeks or 1 month long meeting, was ever implemented in the course of Nigeria. None of that was implemented, so it was a waste. But then they said to Mazi Oforma, oh, stop saying this. You wage a war. You talk the way you talk to us. We are your elders. You have to respect us. Blah, 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 blah. Is that how elders talk? Now, that didn't work. When they failed, they came back to Igbo president. Igbo president. Oh, Igbo president. Our person will be Igbo president. They couldn't push that agenda. And then they accepted mediocre. You know, it's a mediocracy. The mediocrity is dangerous. Seeing yourself as a mediocre, you accept the least. When others are on the top, you are settling with the least. When others are asking for the most part of things, you are settling with the least. And they say, oh, well, if we can't be president, can we at least be vice president? And then you have Peter B following article. A Fulani man, uneducated Fulani man. Not attacking him because he's Fulani. I'm attacking him on the basis of competency. How can you, a well-experienced businessman, a well-educated, relatively more educated than your counterpart, but you're going to be the vice president? Okay, you accepted it. Oh, once he gets there, he's our own. He understands our problem. Once he gets there, things will change. Ipob, stop talking about this. Let us, don't worry, Nigeria will be better. Once it's articulate and Peter, articulate. That era was over. Nothing happened. Nothing worked. And they all changed their mind. They all changed their opinion. They said, if they don't win, we will not participate anymore in Nigeria. Because it's been a long time and Igbo person has not been at the seat of power. Then they didn't win. Nothing happened. And then they came back to us, to Ipob, and said, oh, please, calm down. This time, if we don't become president. And then we talk about self-determination. They talk about restructuring Nigeria. And that was the way they went with the article. The whole concept of restructuring died off. Nobody talked about it anymore. Buhari went 80 years. Nobody heard about restructuring anymore. It ended. But then we are shouting restructuring, and the Kanu say, well, we're interested. We are interested in one thing, freedom of our people. And that freedom we believe can only come not from restructuring, not by any other means other than self-determination achieved through referendum in a democratic context. This is not so, we're not asking so much. Our demands are not aberrational. They are inconsistent with the principles and values of democracy. And they said to Nnamdi, no, you can't do that. Give us time because we believe, let's go for restructuring first. And then we get regional autonomy. And then from there, we can ask for Biafra. You see, I'm rather to say this, but these are a bunch of fools. These are idiots. We have idiots that are carrying themselves out and are celebrated, or rather they try so hard to convince themselves that they have leadership qualities, but they don't. Or that they're intelligent, but they are stupid. And then let's say, don't go there. Once we do this, we get Nigeria restructured, we have regional autonomy, and then from there we go. Go to Abezi. Then what happened? 80 years Buhari, no restructuring. Eligwenana, Adara. No restructuring. They say if Nigeria is not restructured, they will never participate again. And then they started shouting again. They've forgotten that. Started shouting, oh, it's our turn. From articulate to now obedient. Oh, obedient. Everybody now support pastors, priests, whether to go. This is our problem. So the coaches of religion, but pastors, priests, whether to go. This is our problem. So the coaches of religion is holding us back. This is our problem. say the coaches of religion is holding us back. Is our problem. To say the coaches of religion is holding us back. Is our problem. To say the coaches of religion is holding us back. To say the coaches of religion is holding us back. In places that you want to sell your collective, to say the coaches of religion is holding us back. In places that you want to sell your collective, to say the coaches of religion is holding us back. In places that you want to sell your collective, to say the coaches of religion is holding us back. In places that you want to sell your collective, to say the coaches of religion is holding us back. In places that you want to sell your collective, to say the coaches of religion is holding us back. In places that you want to sell your collective, to say the coaches of religion is holding us back. In places that you want to sell your collective, to say the coaches of religion is holding us back. In places that you want to sell your collective is holding us back. In places that you want to sell your collective, within the identity back. In places that you want to sell your collective, within the identity back. In places that you want to sell your collective, within the identity of a very, very within the identity of a very, very We have some of them in the presidency because the government, the governors, they all fall into executive. We have them in the executive arms. All of them are going marching to Abuja to beg a president to release him. Why would you beg? I'm asking, why would you beg him to release him? Why don't you say, well, let's look at this issue. You are the president. We're respecting the office you hold. But you know what? You cannot do this because you're acting contrary to the law. You are not respecting the law of the land which you are serving as a president. That alone is enough to impeach him. That alone is enough to get the whole country reshaped. That alone, is enough, is sufficient to get the revolution going. You should not go and beg for Mazi Oforma. That's a shame. Mazi Oforma deserves better. He's an intelligent human being. And we have so many intelligent minds in IPOB. That's why IPOB has stayed for over 10 years. If we have it under people like Ohanese leaders, it would have crushed. But we have our intelligence in the DOS, the leadership of IPOB, and Mazi Oforma, and then the members of IPOB. People are asking, I believe other people are asking, but why are you asking? Why would you go and beg? Imagine talking to somebody from France, somebody from other country, and say, you know what, our leader as indigenous people, we are jailed, he's been in jail over 2 years, and the court has found him innocent. His cases were squashed and his release was ordered by the court. But the president of the country has refused to release him. Now listen to him or her and see what they're going to say. Hear what they're going to tell you. And then you tell them, now our people are preparing to go and beg for the president to release him. Are you not stupid? You see, this is the mentality I do not want to see in the Biafra that we're fighting for. These are the things we need to educate our people. That's why we are not, and I said this before I hand microphone over to my colleague. We need to do things differently, even in IPOB. Things must change. This kind of stupidity will no longer be allowed. And this kind of representation, and it's very dangerous when you have stupid people representing you. Why are you begging for Mazi Oforma to be released? Why not use your power in the offices you hold in and say, I demand that you release him? You see why I started off by saying, Igbo people, we do not beg. All this begging is awful. That is why you see all these people clapping, being vigilant, and begging. Oh, beg God to do this. We beg God again. Oh, pray to God to do this. That is not our culture. That is not consistent with our indigenousness. We do not beg. We don't even pray. When prayer is understood as begging. What do we do in the morning? We bring kola nut. We communicate between 2 natures or 3 natures. And we make declarations. I go for we don't kneel down and start begging. Chineke Abraham, Chineke nke bekọ nyere anyị aka katata dịrị anyị mpụkwa aka nzụta ahịa onye nke afụkwa n'ụzọ. All these things will barofu. All these things will mean Igbo leaders, even traditional leaders, are going to Abuja to beg a Fulani man to act on the premises of law, to implement, to obey the law. They're not even holding him, demanding that he act well. And then we'll go back and say, we have investment here. We have investment in Yoruba. We have investment in the North. We do this and this. That's stupidity. This whole bragging about how powerful we are because of importation and all that. You have some economy. Yeah, we have economic. We are doing well economic. We are the economic backbone of Nigeria. We know that. But we don't know how to use that power. We have not been able to galvanize the power we have, the economic power. that we have, if we believed we are the economic backbone of Nigeria, then how come that we are the ones on the floor begging for the crumbs from the table of the presidency? How come we are kneeling and begging? If we open our ego, how come ewu adịghị sai ndị Igbo mara na ife ihe niile mmiri na-ama anyị tata otega amara ọkụ ya ihe niile na-eme anyị ọkwa anyị ka o si n'aka a sị na Igbo na-eme onwe fa asị na mmadụ na-eme mana Igbo na-eme ọkwa anyị na-eme onwe anyị ọkwa anyị ji onwe anyị n'ọrụ Biafra bebe taa ọkwa anyị ji onwe anyị. That's why I said things must be done differently. We can't have stupid leaders no more. That has to stop. And for Biafra to come, everybody knows that it's logical that you can't have this kind of leaders you have for Biafra to come. Biafra will not come because they're not interested in the freedom of your people. We can't have them, those that are going to beg. Because you do not, nothing is achieved in politics. Nothing is, in fact, in international relations, nothing is achieved by begging. And I take it a notch. In anything, you achieve nothing by begging. Nothing. Because begging is how do I put this? Begging is suggestive of weakness. Begging does not demonstrate strength. Begging demonstrates weakness. And nobody wants to associate with weak people. That's why you beg, they give you $5. They keep going. They give you one coin. They keep it going. They don't hang around. Oh, you begging, they give you 50 cents. I mean, whatever that is in Nigerian context. But they keep going. Because you're a beggar. And you're weak. And you're exhibiting weak threats. But that is strange. If you are that economically powerful, how come you are begging? Nothing is achieved by begging. The most powerful countries today, they don't beg. They are being begged to engage in dialogue. If we are serious about Biafra, and I'm saying this as collectively as all of us, when we become serious about this business of our own freedom, we will stop begging and have ourselves begged. We will have others beg us in Nigeria. If it doesn't go that way, we are not going to be free because you don't get freedom by begging. And that's why I'm very happy Mazi Nnamdi can say, stop begging for me. I'm not going to beg for my freedom. Because you can't get freedom by begging. You get freedom by acting on it. It's either you're going to war for it or you're doing it diplomatically. But you must be acting on your freedom. You must acting on that. You don't sit back and beg. Oppressors never want to lose any bit of power they have. The more you begging, the more you are submitting yourself to be exploited and be further oppressed. Have you not seen a beggar? They make themselves vulnerable. They humble themselves so that they can get what they're begging for. That's exactly what's happening. These people that call themselves Igbo leaders, they beg, they humiliate themselves. But not just themselves, they humiliate the entire race. Because you know what a Fulani man thinks? Oh, you come and beg us. Don't worry, you will come and beg us. In your leaders that are begging, they are seeing the weakness of Igbo people. They are not just seeing a bunch of idiots begging and being submissive to us. Bunch of elders begging and being stupid and submitting to whatever we are saying to them. They are seeing a conquered race. Each time these leaders go to Abuja to beg, they are giving Fulani people a reassurance that we remain ever submissive, that that we remain a conquered race. Take us and use us and dump us and do with us whatever you like. That's submissiveness. That is dangerous. And that must not be allowed to continue. You get nothing by begging. Even begging God, you can kneel down on a million times. If somebody doesn't help you in this world, if you don't find the principle of about how things work in this life, you can never get there. Manna does not fall. Wake up. Stop living in delusion. The same way you don't get nothing by kneeling down begging, do it for 1 week. Try fast and for 1 week, 2 weeks, you die. Because food will not just fall from heaven. Whatever that is. These are stories, these are mythological things. It's not real. Pray and pray, you will not have visa if you don't meet the conditions. Pray and pray, you will not just see yourself in London because you've been praying so much. If prayer and begging and all that works, Nigeria would be, I don't know, the best country, because everywhere we are begging and praying and begging God and begging president and begging everybody. Until we stop begging and start demanding, we will not get our freedom. We must demand for it. Russia does not beg for America to go away from their region. Russia is acting on it. Yeah, that's a state. They use their arm, they do everything. Yeah, they do that. But you see us, we are fighting to get to the level of level of exercising our right, democratic right, in referendum. That is what we all should engage in. And the politician and whoever is not engaged in this should become our target, especially when they hold office with Nigeria, because these are the problem, not the main market women selling children, going to school and all this. That's why I'm angry with those so-called Monday sit-at-home auto idiots. These are another problem we created, our people created for themselves. So I'll wrap it up here. Hand over the microphone to my colleagues, because I believe they also have areas they will make their contribution. But remember, begging solves nothing. Begging is a trait of weakness. Nobody wants to associate with the weak person. Everybody wants to embrace the strong person. When Donald Trump was the president of America, I don't care, I'm not American. You may not agree with him in everything he said, but he was a strong leader. Nobody messed up with America. Today they have a weak leader. A weak leader with policy drenched in extreme left-wing politics. And look at what American economy is like. Russia has a strong leader. Look at Russia today. When you have leaders that exhibit strength, the people are respected and they get what they want. Because you achieve something by strength. Nothing is achieved by weakness, by being humble and expecting pity and sympathy. You achieve everything by exhibiting power, exhibiting respect, exhibiting strength. That is how this world works. It works on principles. And one of those, and stupidity is not one of those. Wisdom and strength is the way forward. With this, I hand over the microphone to Mazi Silas, please.
Mazi, thank you very much. Thank you for that spirited delivery. I am quite grateful, as always, to have our people here. You guys have actually strengthened us in so many ways. Thank you so much. Thank you, our hosts, Mazi Alozie and Mazi Oforma and Uche. Those of you that come up here consistently to keep this flag high and keep the fire burning.
I also would thank our global family, the IPOB family members, those who are doing whatever they have to do to keep our message alive, to keep our vision alive, and to boldly proclaim for our Biafra nation. Thank you very much. And to that, I extend it to all freedom fighters, those who listen and support our cause. In all we do is do our work and pray that Chukwu Okike Abiyama would be part of us in this struggle and lead us through. We do not forget our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who have laid this strong foundation, who have articulated our vision, and who have actually liberated a lot beyond the shores of Nigeria, that freedom, uprightness, and meritocracy is the way to go if you want to have a viable nation. So I thank all of us who are here and who are listening, who have helped in speaking today in all our endeavor. I will say that the revolution is happening. Before we even knew it, it started within the Francophone countries. And currently, Niger is the one that we have spoken to for about a month now. And they have stood their grounds and they have achieved a lot. Yes, they have. For you to recognize the problem that is within you, you have achieved a lot. You have solved the problem. And we hope, and this will be an open advice, that those of them that led the coup in Niger should remain strong, should remain consistent with their benevolent visions. Even if they do not intend to, they should. The people have come up to rally around them. The people have used their actions to tell France and USA that have military bases in their town to pack up and go, because they don't have any right, any Niger interest to be there. If those military bases are to protect Nigers, the insurgents of ISIS and all that would not be there. I can tell you 100% that no white person wants to shed their blood for the sake of a black man. I repeat, no white person wants to shed their blood for a black person. If anybody is in doubt, you go and look at the history. Niger is an example. The French base is there, yet the people are being terrorized and actually killed by the Islamist insurgent there. So that tells you that those military bases are for foreign interests. And if you are wise, if your eyes are open, why don't Niger have a military base in America? Is it unaffordable? Have a military base, even if you have 100 people there. Even if the area they give you is 5 plots. Can you have a military base in America? No. Can you have a military base in France? You cannot. This is a fair comparison. So what are they doing? Is it because they're rich? Rich from what? How do they get rich? It is by exploiting poor countries like Niger. I once told a passenger, I was driving a taxi, and I had a passenger who looked at me and tried to make a joke and tried to ask me how good it is in my country where I came from, and extended the discussion into showing how the West is dominating and are the best. I quickly turned the switch, flicked the switch on, and I spoke to him in a very classified language. I told him that because you own the technology, I told him because you are empowered by the technology, you cannot take over somebody's land. This is typical of what the US and the France are doing in Niger, they are doing all over Africa, and they are doing in Nigeria. I will still come down to that of Nigeria. So this is what they are doing. So our every other intelligent person, every other peace-loving person will support the Niger revolution. It's no longer a coup; it's a revolution to drive away foreigners who have affixed themselves as leeches, as parasites onto Niger, sucking off their God-given natural resources, name uranium, aluminium, gold, whatever they know. They even know more about it. And that is why I say you cannot take in somebody's land because you have the technology to exploit the land. You cannot. They are the ones that would easily postulate rules-based world order. What about the rules? Let us look at the rules. The rules does not allow a foreigner who is technologically advanced to move over to somebody's land and exploit them. It has to be of a mutual interest. Even when you look at the mutually signed contracts, you will see how they have used their knowledge of the resources, knowledge of the extraction to undermine the interest of the nations they are dealing with. Yes, this is what most all African countries are going through. And this is why we have to support the masses. We have to support the people the masses support. I repeat, democracy is about the people. And if the people support the military, let it be. You would have traction when the people do not support the military or the revolution that the military have started. So that is what it is. And today it is Gabon. About 6 hours ago, it was announced. And I remember watching a post where an Australian journalist was asking an American oil company representative, why are they milking Gabon dry? And the Australian journalist insisted and pushed the American to say, well, if we don't do it, if we don't come and get the oil, that the Russians will quickly come over. Can you see their justification? Can you see their response? They saw us as a weak entities. They saw us or they are still seeing us as people who do not have the capacity to exploit or excavate or reach out to our minerals. And with that glaring weakness, they come in and take our resources. These are the people who would confront you with rules-based order. These are people they would talk to you in their Anglican churches about how God is omnipotent, omniscient, and everything. These are people you will see in their Catholic church. They will play holy and holy and holy. But behind them, they are holding countries down. They are kneeling on other countries' neck because of their technological advancement. And this is part of the reason why they have kept Biafra down. This is the reason why they know Biafrans are intelligent and will not take this nonsense. This is why they have maintained us in a war, in a cold war. I'm talking about Nigeria now. Nigeria is in a cold war because you have different communities, you have different regions, you have different nations merged together with different values, different understandings of how to move forward, different political system, and different religion. And you put them together, where if it then takes two groups to pretend as if they understand themselves, and they will have the population to stand on the other group. And this is what has been happening since independence. This arrangement keeps countries down. I remember an interview granted by our earlier leader, Chief Chukwemeka Odumegwu, who analyzed and said that the British know that for you to set up a federal system of government, no particular leader of that arrangement should have more preponderance over the other group, which means if you have 4 regions in Nigeria, but at the time this was being discussed, we only had 3 major regions: the Yoruba, the Igbo, and the Hausas. And during the first Nigerian election, Igbo has the highest population. The Yorubas approached Igbos for an alliance. So, in a federal system of government, if you want peace to reign, every person must agree before something must be accepted. But what did they do? They looked at the way we are and divided us into pieces. They divided the Igbos, separated us, called some rivers, called some south, changed the names, and unfortunately some of our people toed that line of deceit. And till today, we are still trying to beg and tell our brothers that we are one. So it is unfortunate, and the division feeds into lots of things. The division, tells us how wicked the West is. The division tells us how greedy, absolutely greedy, the West have actually demonstrated. They are greedy that they are ready to do anything to grab the resources that do not belong to them. An example is the pogrom, the genocidal war that took place in Biafra. These apparently decent Europeans were the ones that supplied weapons that was used to carry out the pogrom. They watched and blockaded us effectively and made sure that we starved. This is the West. No one else. No one else. did it. It is the West. And they will come out and tell you in under what do you call it, UN, about their rules-based order, which they evoke when it favors them. Remember, before the Iraqi war, Kofi Annan warned them, or actually told them. Kofi Annan was the UN Secretary General, the UN head then. He told them not to proceed with war because the evidence does not suffice. Not enough evidence. It wasn't convincing. Rules-based order. Rules-based order. They defied those rules and went to Iraq, fully knowing that they do not have any evidence, fully knowing that there were no weapons of mass destruction. They went and destroyed Iraq. Why? Iraq, as at that time, had gotten together, become a nation that has some sort of homogeneity and was ready to, step up in its development. They went and destroyed it, dismembered it, and put it in disarray. That is what they want for every other nation. That is why US is warning China, do not get closer to Russia. If you get closer to Russia, there will be consequence. Can you imagine a leader of the world saying, do not get closer. If you get closer, there will be consequence. I am trying to underline their ungodliness. I'm trying to underline their greed and their wickedness. And that is why their support for Nigeria is only out of their greed and wickedness. Now, that greed is showing. They are laying a pipeline. I'm repeating this because I said it last week. They're laying a pipeline from the southeastern Nigeria all the way to Europe, across so many Western African countries, and across so many African countries, and also to be laid across the ocean and to Europe. Can you see the greed? We don't have gas. They probably have signed a contract with the Buhari representative, because if you want to know somebody who is alive, they become even more lively when they are relieved of their duties, when they have dropped certain loads they are carrying. If Buhari is still alive, and he is now no longer the Nigerian president, why hasn't he come out and spoken about the removal of oil subsidy, the Niger coup? Do you know that Buhari's ancestors are from Niger? He said it when he was questioned about building railway from Nigeria to Niger. He said that they're relatives. And can I confirm, Buhari is a Nigerian. He's not a Nigerian. He even said it during the last months of his time that if people bother him, he will just quickly run over to Niger. I mean, this is his double that represented the dead Buhari. If he is alive, the nation is boiling. He conducted a fake election. He appointed a fake INEC whatever. He has put Nigeria into bloody mess. And they are now pointing at the previous government, the person who inherited the fake election is pointing at the previous government as if he was not part of it, as if he did not claim to have helped in bringing the fake government on. All this that we are exposing is being supported by the greedy and wicked West. And the reason they are seeing it, they are supporting it, they are with it, they are happy with it, is because of their wicked greed to be able to tap our oil, our gas and oil, to be able to arrange with an ex-governor or an ex-military to mine gold in Zamfara. Gold. Do you think gold should be a national wealth or an individual wealth? Do you believe that if an Igbo man was to buy a plot of land or an area in Zamfara and found gold in it and wants to dig his own land and sell the gold he found in that land to whoever, do you think that the West would not have warned the Igbo man, oh, you should not do it, the gold belongs to Nigeria? This is clear. This is as clear as mud. Here in Radio Biafra, we do not mince words. We say it openly, as clearly as anyone can understand it. Is this a country where you lay a pipeline from my own end of the town across so many nations, across the water and into another continent to keep them alive, to keep them warm, to keep their industries running, to keep their schools running, and to keep their research is running? Whereas where the oil and gas is coming, there's nothing there. Niger military officers were able to rise because they are homogeneous. I am trying to step into another area of the topic. Because they are homogeneous, they can whisper amongst themselves, understand their heartbeat, take a decision, and plan an action. Can that happen in Nigeria? It cannot, because we are not one. We are not homogeneous. Even in the military, they have refused to bring in people from the southeast. They have refused to bring in the people from the southeast to certain quarters of the military. I am aware of some young people born in the north. They are of Igbo descent. They have names like Chukwuemeka Musa, Muhammad Ahmadi, and so on. They grew up to a certain age. They took the National Defense Academy exam. They passed. They went for an interview to be, or they did external exams and passed, and then they went for an interview to be employed into the Air Force, Nigerian Air Force. When they saw their name, saw their scores, they were impressive, they called them in. But when they saw their names, they refused them employment, or they refused them further interview or verification to be employed. What I'm saying can be verified. If those who suffered this, if they're still alive, and if they listen to this, they will one day come out and say, yes, this is true. It is not one nation. So with such revolutions that are happening in other African countries may be difficult to take place in our place because we are not one nation, and those greedy Western worlds are using the Fulanis, those who know that they don't belong to Nigeria, to hold us down. And that is why things are still very difficult the gas and oil from Biafra land and from the offshore rigs. When I mean offshore rigs, the Atlantic Ocean, below the Atlantic Ocean, next to the bite of Biafra, is full of oil. We don't have the technology to get out there. We are not used to swimming in the ocean. And these vampires are taking advantage of us. And that was why I remembered the conversation I had in the taxi by saying, do not take advantage of the people because you have the technology. Because you have the technology does not give you ownership of somebody's land. Because the West have the technology of oil trading, offshore and onshore. They are taking advantage of us. We can't swim. We can't get out there. They are pumping out the oil as much as they like. And nobody is questioning them. Nobody is asking them what is happening. And because they need this oil and gas to support their industrial status, they are holding us ransom. They are supporting the illegitimate government in Nigeria. It has been proven times without number that the current person declared the president of Nigeria has no confirmable credentials to be there. Even when he ran as a governor, even when he ran as a senate and all that, Nigeria is a state that hasn't got the standards, that it's full of corruption. And can you see, in a corrupt situation, an idiot, a wicked man can emerge as the leader. And when that person emerges, they will go and represent the country in other bodies that the country has some sort of leadership responsibility. I'm trying to go to ECOWAS. Can you imagine somebody who we don't know his real identity? We cannot prove his qualification. He supported a government that kept Nigeria down for 8 years. He claimed and he posted some discussions that it was because of his efforts that brought the Buhari. If Nigeria is a nation, how can a government that made under unwanted killings, displacement of indigenous peoples, they were displaced from their farms. They cannot go to farms. A government that presided over hunger, instability, disease. When COVID came, they did nothing. They held everything. And that same government, got voted back. It doesn't work that way. Even in a corrupt state, people used to get tired of situations. So they managed to manipulate their way into the government. And now they are now going to lead the ECOWAS to against a revolution. And you look at it, the whole world is waking up to that. It's not going to happen. So they have used our resources. When I mean they used our resources, they waste. They have used our resources. And also, when you look at Nigeria have used our resources to buy off people like Hope Uzodimma, Dave Umai, and so on. Buy them off from a long time. groom them into believing that their loyalship should only be to Nigeria, not the people. Confuse them or amplify their internal greed to always nose and chase for more power and more material stuff, to a point where they agreed. We knew all along, all of us in that period, they used Hope Uzodinma and Dave Umahi to bring in a foreign militia to attack and kill our people. And they did it so well that when they do, they blame it on IPOB. And our people, being gullible, believe them. Or some of our people who are gullible believe them. And even help them to amplify the message, a false message, a message intended to bring IPOB down. But I thank our people for being steadfast. I thank our people for doing all that is necessary. I also, at this time, remember those innocent IPOB members, those innocent Southeasterners who were killed for a demonstration, who were killed to show that they have killed IPOB members, who were killed to show that the resisting IPOB residents or indigenous people are no longer there, or who are killed to show their masters that they are doing work. We should remember them all the time, because they are the people used to cover the lead. They are used as a lead cover. So the problem we are confronting today is because our people have not recognized who they are. They do not recognize that they are being enslaved. I remember reading one of the slave ladies who saved about 1,000 slaves, saying, I would have saved more if only those that I intend to save know that they are slaves. If only our people, those of them that have not encountered bandits or have not encountered any health issues that would make them know that we don't have a health system, or they have not encountered any adverse situation on the roads, they don't know that we are being enslaved. The situation that is leading our people to live in numbers from the southeast is deliberately instituted. It is not it is not just by a coincidence. No, it is meant to be there. And I will summarize by saying, if you are an IPOB member, stay strong in our vision. We will succeed, because Nigeria, under this circumstance, will never become a nationhood. Even people like Onyema, the AP's owner, is saying it publicly. Under this configuration, Nigeria would never move further. It will continue moving back. And it will get to a point where it will no longer hold itself. So let us stay strong. Let us continue mobilizing. Let us bring in more people. Let us convince more people whichever way we can. And let us be more tactful the way we do our things. So that at the end of the day, when we would have restored Biafra, I repeat, when we would have restored Biafra, it's not going to be done by another person. We will all sit back and enjoy the result and then continue work. I must say this everywhere. But as long as we, or whenever we restore Biafra, the work will begin. We will restore what our ancestors, what our fathers, our culture, and actually build on it, modernize it, and make sure that our next generation enjoy it. Thank you very much.
There were Maz. Thank you so much for your contribution. Particularly the ending part where you are bringing this perspective, bringing a summary of all of this. And everyone that has listened to you carefully will understand that this whole thing is coming together. And they will all fall back together. They will all fall in place. But obviously, we're not going to sit around and wait for what happens. We're going to make it happen. Like our fellow Africans in Francophone countries are now trying to, take charge of what happens to them and not just be passive in their own affair. I like how you said no white person is going to die for you. No one has ever died for Africans. They plug themselves to African resources and African life in order to sustain theirs. So I believe our listeners have gained some few points from all that. Moving forward, I would like to invite Mazi to take the microphone and make his contribution. Mazi, over to you.
Thank you, Mazi. Good evening, Biafrans, and good evening to all the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, worldwide, every person that's been committed to this. I greet you, and I really want to extend a warm welcome and a warm congratulations to you. One of the tenets of IPOB ideology is consistency. And if you've continued to follow through with whatever that's happened to us in the last 2 years, and you've not wavered, you've not been tossed around by the wind, by the challenges, and by everything that has happened, then it's been instilled in you the tenet of consistency. Even when pressure comes, you keep going. Even when things are hard around you, you keep going. With that, I appreciate every person who is in broadcast tonight and every person who's committed to this. I think the Intercontinental Rep of Australia, who gave us this opportunity and brought us up here, and to our coordinator, our presenter here, to also the man that is behind the switchboard that is making it possible for us to reach you. And he's been doing this for us for over 2 years now, and will have continued. And all the comrades who are here, who spent night and night speaking to our people, encouraging our people, making us to understand the right way to follow. That is the spirit of consistency and knowing why we are here and why we are doing what we are doing. Because that is what brings us the success that we have gone for. Thanks for all your thoughts tonight. Thanks for all your ideas that you presented to our people tonight and the way you've presented it. Without further ado, I want to just spend a little bit of time to remind us that in a line of dance, there is a dance called conga dance, where people follow the leader, and the leader dance, the people that are behind dance as well. The leader moves forward, the people are moving forward. He changes direction, the people behind change direction in this kind of dance. That is what we are doing in IPOB, in this Biafra struggle. So if you left the dance and said the leader doesn't understand what he's dancing, he doesn't know how to shake his bum up, or he's dancing right when he should be dancing left, and you left, then you do not understand the principles of IPOB struggle for the liberation of Biafra. That is why you have seen yourself outside the family unit. That is why you have found out that you are no longer fighting the institution that we are fighting to bring down. You have realized that, oh, I'm now in the wrong camp, because you left the ideas of the leader. That is why we have a structured leadership in IPOB, and there is a rule that should be followed. There are rules of engagement, and there are rules that will be followed in everything we do. And that is why we have kept the light burning. We've kept a flame, the torch that was given to us. And we keep keeping it aflame because we follow the leadership in the struggle, and we know who the leadership are, and that is why we keep moving. And to give you a hint on what the leadership is, in a few hours or days for some people, the leader of indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, was quoted as saying, "I will not beg for my freedom." And that is where we stand. And this is what we've been saying for ages now. This is what we've been saying from the time he was renditioned. This is what we've been saying. This is what we've been saying even before the court declared him an innocent man. Even before the court came to discharge and acquit him, we have maintained this, that we are expressing our right. This is not just a natural right, but a constitutional right. The right to self-determination. The right to determine the course of our lives. The right to determine where we follow. The right to obey the rule of law. And this is where we stand. It is an aberration, it's an anomaly for you to beg for a freedom when you are in the right. They say that the tree of freedom is watered
by the blood of tyrants. Who are the tyrants? A tyrant are people, or a tyrant is someone who disobeys the law, the natural course of justice. A tyrant is someone who stands in the way of normal justice. And for you to get freedom, you have to kill the tyrant. Because the tyrant must be standing in the way. Why? Because he knows and he understands that if I give way to right justice, if I give way to equity, if I give way to the principles and the rule of law, I will not be in the position that I am. So what will I do? I will stand against justice. I will stand against the principles of rule of law. I will stand against natural justice. I will stand against the principles of golden rule in order to maintain my status quo. So for you that is standing in the right, for you who is operating in the guidelines of natural justice, for you to prevail, you have to bring the tyrant down. That is the only way you can have justice. I will give you an example, a very recent example of a tyrant. Why was the people of Nigeria angry over the election result? Because they knew and they understand that natural justice has been wronged. Now, why is someone in government who the general populace believe was not elected? Because that person has elevated himself to the position of a tyrant who stands against the wishes of the people. And how can you end that? You can only if the people who operated in the way of natural justice stood up to say, no, we will not allow this to happen. It doesn't matter if you kill us, we will bring you down. It doesn't matter if you want to kill all of us, do it, but you will not have peace to enjoy that position because it does not belong to you. That is why you can only gain peace in war. You can only free yourself from subjugation via conflict. Conflict is necessary in the life of every human being. In marriage, in business, in relationships, in whatever thing you do in life, conflict is essential, both to the preservation of rightness, to the preservation of rules, to the preservation of principles. Conflict is essential. But when you do not give way to conflict,
You give way to docility. And docility means that you accept every wrong done to you. You accept every condition that comes your way. And you keep adapting. You keep adjusting to it. You will never get to the place that you want. This is the principle that has just been exhibited by the 5-word sentence of our leader. I will not beg for freedom. Rather, I will fight for my freedom. It doesn't matter if you think you can subjugate me. We will fight for our freedom. Why are we stressed today? Why are the people of Biafra being killed today? Because there are a few of us, the generation of Ipob, that are standing in the way of this eternal subjugation, saying, you can subjugate us today, but we are standing tall, fighting to be free. You are standing to stifle our dreams. You are standing to stifle our voices. You are standing to make us irrelevant, but there is a generation of us that are standing and fighting back. We are not docile. We are not accepting what you are giving to us because it is not right. How many Biafrans have come to realize that Nigeria is not right for them? I will tell you, every human being of the 200 or 300 million people that live in that region, each and every one of them, except the ones that are in the northern part that do not understand what it means to be a Nigeria, except the few people in the north that do not understand what it means to be Nigeria. Every person in the north-south, in the northeast, in the south of Nigeria, in the south central, in the north central, in the eastern part, in the southern part of Nigeria, understand that Nigeria is not good for them. But the question is, how many of those people are standing up against this item, this concoction, this contraption, this ideology that is militating against their subsistence, that is militating, heavily standing against their good existence? How many? That is the question you will ask yourself. Every Nigerian you ask today, would you prefer to be in Nigeria or to Japa, as they call it today? They will tell you Japa. But how many people are standing to say, we will not accept this? That is where you have the problem. That is where you have the creed of IPOB. Because we are the only people that are standing and saying and demanding and fighting
to make a difference, to bring to fore the reality of our life, not to be docile and religiously accept every nonsense that is turned out by the government, by the media, and accept every concussion that is made. This is why we are fighting today. So, it is no message to some of us when our leader says that, because we readily know that that is why he's still there. If he had wanted to beg for his freedom, he wouldn't be there. There are a million ways for him to leave the DSS detention. The easiest of them is to say, I do not believe in Biafra anymore. And he will walk free. Okay. Oh, there is a way we do it, like the language of the elders. If he speaks that language, he will walk free and go and enjoy his billions. Why is Mazi Oforma still in detention? That is the question that keeps us going in this fight. For Mazi Oforma to be in detention means that he is consistent. He is fighting the right fight. Your enemy cannot give you freedom on a platter of gold. You have to fight for it. You either have to kill him to get your freedom, or you destroy him totally. And that is what we are doing. Today, no country in the world, no country on earth regards Nigeria as a serious place. No country. They are the lowest of the low. Most of us, we get angry and we get into arguments with people when they say, oh, but you're still Nigeria. It's insulting to some of us to have the Nigerian flag waved before us. To have to be associated to Nigeria. It is the greatest insult. It is a slur on us. Because we are standing in battle. We are standing toe to toe, armed with the weapon of our freedom, the weapon of our knowledge, the weapon of our ideology. On the battleground, and you want to tag us with the identity of what we are fighting against. Relating us to Nigeria is like calling someone that says he's a born-again Christian an unbeliever. Exactly the same feeling you get if you are a Christian and you are a born-again. You say you are born-again Christian, and someone comes around and calls you an unbeliever. That same feeling you get, it is the same feeling we get when we are called Nigerian. It's the same shame. So, I will help people tonight to understand what Mazi Oforma is saying.
when he said, I will not beg for my freedom. He is telling you that he's not in this family. Are you still dumb? Are you still stupid that you have not realized that Nigeria is not for you? Are you still dumb that you are still out there believing that Nigeria will be good? Are you still dumb that you do not realize that if you do not fight to change the situation around you, that you will suffer it, your kids will suffer it, and your children's children will suffer it? Do you still believe that manna falls from heaven? Where you've lived in poverty all your life, wishing for manna to fall from heaven. And for Biafrans, he is saying, so you left the fight to go and become a charlatan. You left the fight for your freedom to go on jamboree for Nigerian election. Where are you today? For you that left the struggle to go on a jamboree, oh, things will change. We will get it right this time. PVC, PVC, PVC. Where are you today? That is what Mazi Oforma is telling you. He cannot say these things to you because he doesn't have the freedom to say it. So he's telling you, oh, you left believing that PVC will solve the problem. What are you doing today? What is the result? I am showing you my own result. My own result is that I am still here in detention, fighting for my freedom, and I'm not going to beg for it because I understand the principle. And for those who left the family to be destroyed by detractors, by people that were contracted by the enemy to become spies in IPOB, and you foolishly as an IPOB member under oath follow someone who has never been an IPOB member, who is not under oath, who does not understand anything about IPOB, and you call that person your leader, your prime minister, your this, your that. Are you so dumb that you did not remember everything that I've spoken to you in the last 10 years? If you do not remember that, look at me today. I am still in detention. And I am not begging for my freedom. Oh, you want the easy life, right? Where has the easy life brought you to? And that same word, he said, goes to us who are still family members, who are rooted in the principles of IPOB. It's a word of encouragement to us. When Mazi Oforma says, I will not beg for my freedom, he's telling you, you are in the right. We will not beg. We will not succumb. I happily remember the words he said. He said, we have passed the Rubicon. There is no turning back. It's either we die in this or we get our freedom. So when he says the words, I'm not going to beg for my freedom, he's telling us, dude, Remember, we have passed the Rubicon. We are engaged in a war. We are not going to turn our back. We are going to win this battle. So the message is succinctly clear to each and every one of us, to the outsiders, to the insiders, to the outhouse, to the in-house, and to the world at large who has played dumb and deaf, and to Britain that has played to the gallery. Oh, we don't even know what is happening. Oh, no, it's not within our jurisdiction. But you planned this to the UN, who has a charter that stipulates the rules of engagement in international politics. Well, your rule has been contravened by parties, international parties, who are signatories to the charter, and you still play to the gallery. There is no sanction on Nigeria today for contravening the laws of the UN charter. Neither on Kenya, he is saying to you, I have played by the rules, and you cannot fault me for playing by the rule. That is why in soccer today, you have VAR in soccer today, because the referee cannot see everything. He makes the human mistakes, and he penalizes a player, and he seeks a penalty, and the player is going, no, I did not touch him. No, I did not touch him. I went for the ball. I got the ball. And the referee is saying, no, it's penalty. That is why you have the VAR today. So that justice will prevail. So that justice will prevail. Sometimes a goal is scored and the referee rules it at offside. And the players complain, no, it's not an offside. It's an onside goal. The VAR comes in. So you and today, the words of Mazi Kanu to you is, I played by the rules of your book, by the rules of international law. Why am I being detained? Why is my right being taken away from me? Why is my freedom being alienated? So, I am in the right. It's either you take your rule book or you do what is right. I am not going to change because I am right. I have not committed any crime. I want us members of IPOB to listen to those words and to understand the message that is embedded in it, because it's a tonic. It's a tonic to help us bring back the strength that we carry in this fight, in this struggle. Remember, Freedom is not given, it is taken. If you want freedom to be given to you, that means you will get servitude. Because a servant who drives around in his master's car believes he's free until one day he looks around and the master says, "Why are you driving that car to Onisha, where I told you you can only drive it to Newi from a Pulobia? Why did you go to Onisha? I told you you can go as far as Newi." That is when you understand that you don't have the freedom. Okay. Let us understand that freedom, our freedom, especially as Black people, our freedom, we must take it. We must take our freedom. And with that, I will conclude by saying again that the tree of freedom is watered by the blood of tyrants. If we do not kill, if we do not destroy the tyrants around us that are holding our freedom, we will never taste true freedom. Thank you, Mazi, for giving us the opportunity. Chukwukike Abiyama bless us all. You say.
Thank you, Mazi. Thank you for that wonderful contribution. Freedom is not given, it is taken. Our people, we've got a lot of work to do, as you pointed out. I enjoyed the analysis you made on the statement of our leader, Mazi Kanu. That powerful statement contains a lot of meanings, a lot of connotations. And just statement alone is worth sitting and unpacking. There's a lot of wisdom in that. It comes with strength. It comes with power. That's what it says, speaking power, speaking truth to power. And this is all what we're inviting our people, our audience tonight, to go back to who we are. We're not people that beg. We don't believe in begging. We believe in making things happen. We don't wait life to happen on us. We make life happen. I would like to invite Mazi Oforma to let's make his contribution. He can. Mazi Oforma. Mazi, if you can you make your contribution?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mazi Oforma. Good day, Biafrans, wherever you're listening from. Thank you, the host, for the platform. Biafrans, we continue, as we always say, we're not going to give up. We are looking for something, and our sovereignty was taken away, as we've always reminded everyone. Our ability to look after ourselves were stolen from us. Our ability to preserve ourselves, our ability to sit down like family back in our land were taken away from us by those who think they are clever. So we will continue to remind you, just to keep that at the front burner, that we are going to restore our sovereignty, which is our ability to preserve, protect, and to contribute to human civilization. So we will continue. We will not give up. There is no reason for us to give up. He who is on the ground fears no fall. We are not giving up. until we regain our sovereignty. If you're looking for something and at some point you give up, it means you were not serious in the first place. So this is the more reason why we must maintain the tempo. We must continue. We must up our game. Everything that needs to be done, we must make sure that they are happening. If it involves evangelizing, contributing towards this struggle to make sure that the engine is kept steaming, make sure that everything that has to happen is happening and happening at the right time. And we've listened to our leader, we've listened to the leadership, and those of my colleagues that have spoken before me, they've reminded us that we are in a struggle, and our leader has laid down the foundation for us to see that what is required, which is resoluteness, which is commitment, above all, commitment and consistency. So we must always remind ourselves of all of this, and then maintain what we're doing and stay focused. There's going to be so much distractions from what's happening. I am not the person that gets distracted. And so as my colleagues, so as every IPOB member who is resolute. When I go to platforms where they're talking about coup in Gabon, I go there to say, free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I know that they have no power to free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Every single person on that platform don't have the power to say to free Mazi, free our leader. But I say that to let them know that we are here. That Milo Nezo and Wanacha, we go nowhere. We are here. Nothing can move us, and no amount of castigation or no amount of gang up. You know how they can gang up. They tend to gang up. They cannot. If I find them in the comment section, I'll preach the gospel. If you feel that there's somehow you went to a white man's school where they brainwash you, you can come for a debate. So we will continue to push, because our leader said that men will come, men who never gives up. And here we are. Those of you that know most of us, you know that we have been here. We're not going anywhere. So it doesn't matter if the sun is out. It doesn't matter if it's raining. We're not going anywhere, because we are looking for something. So if down the line, something happens and then we'll fall by the wayside, people will think we are unserious. Look at these people that said they were looking for their sovereignty. So all of a sudden they gave up. So we will not do it. Be rest assured, we will not. We will continue to do everything necessary beyond the imagination of man. It doesn't matter what it takes, because we have no fear. We have no fear of anything. So we confront anything. It doesn't matter, ranging from where individuals, workplace, status. We have no fear of anybody. So it is because of the gospel that galvanized, the gospel that we heard on Radio Biafra, which was galvanized and prepared us for this very journey. So we will continue to preach. We will continue to represent the highest ideals of this very struggle. We will continue to do by rights, and in obedience to the leadership of this struggle, we will continue to do everything that is required of us as servants of the people. We will continue to show this struggle in the best light. Thank you so much. I think I'll draw the curtain now. I've just been timed out. All right. I'll hand over to Mazi Ekene. Thank you.
There were Mazi Okekenta. That was short and sweet. Thank you for that wonderful contribution. There's nothing to be afraid of. Across the Rubicon. This is no longer Egumas, Tabanaka. However, we must keep marching forward from strength to strength. So we must do away with this attitude, do away with the attitude of begging. That is, I know that is kind of implanted in us through religion. But we must do away with begging. We must reclaim the strength of who we are, the strength of our community, the strength of those who have gone with us, before us. IPOB is built on strength. Our leader talks about strong ideology. This movement is built on strong ideology. It's built on the principles of strength, not on the principles of weakness. So with that, we wrap it up tonight, and I would like to thank our host and all of you, my colleagues, that have made wonderful contributions. And you are our honored, obviously, our most valued listeners and audience. Thank you for coming and joining us every Wednesday night. We'll stop here tonight and we'll come back next week. Looking forward to seeing you next time. Thank you, Maz. Over to you now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Nice program.
Thank you. Our colleagues, I think I'll go.
For our time, we still got time. I think we have till 12. Next week you can come back with your research. Yeah.
I'll do more research. Some of those ex-military that criticize the West and all that. We will not feel any other.
This is Radio Biafra USA. We are continuing the broadcast. The usual signing. I will do that. Let's see. This program ran too long, and let me see what I can get things going for people that don't know that I'm here. I think I'll do my signing signature. I have a lot to say, and then we will be here at the top of the hour. Let me see the church, the pastor. The pastors that are supposed to be here will. I think I'll give them a forum tomorrow, not today, because the time is gone, so they should pardon me. I'll give them forum tomorrow, not today as scheduled. So they can scrap today's schedule and put it for tomorrow, so that they can be able to at least put in a few prayers or advice for us before the whole thing is done. So I apologize, and that's the way the media is. This is Radio Biafra USA. We are coming to you through Radio Biafra London and Ipob Community Radio, directed by leader His Excellency Mazi Kanu. My name is Mazi Alozie. Today is August 30th, 2023. Like I said earlier, at the top of the hour, Ndengwa will take to the air, and then you will listen to Red's speech. Let's get this way. We are Ndibo. We are Biafrans. And it's surprising that the world can see what is happening to our leader Nnamdi Kanu. The world can see that Biafrans are being oppressed because when they are allowed to go, then the empire of Britain will collapse. And that is why the people holding our leader Nnamdi Kanu, Britain and the West, all the people called the West, all the people called the West that advertise democracy, false democracy, that advertise freedom for human rights, but cannot implement. Or there was what somebody was saying. I will play it. It's not that we've not said it. We say these things every day. It sinks in, but it's good when you play it so that you hear from another source. But this is the preaching we've been making for years and years. That shows you how slow people understand what is happening in the zoo. Even the Arab countries understand what is happening. But how come the people that are the victims, how come they can't understand what is happening to them? How far can they go being afraid to talk? How far? How far can they go being afraid? This is what I want to know. Those that are suppressing you, continue to do so. Nigeria is a parasite for Africa. And they are the only country. You see, Nigeria, Kenya, they are killing Africa. Because this is where the British people have their stronghold. But why is it that African countries can understand? The rest of the people cannot. Who are the rest of the people? Those that have been victimized, the Biafrans. And it also affects the Yorubas, the Oduduwas. These are not these are separate countries put together. What gets to me is that how these Arab countries can understand what is happening. But we cannot. Just listen a little brief as to what this guy is saying, not about any other thing, but the actions of the West that we embrace. Why is it that Nigeria, I am particular about Nigeria, why is it that they cannot wash off the colonial bondage? And it affects every level of our lives. We say this every day. Listen to this guy. When it comes to what is happening in Niger, but the people of the Arab world know what is happening in Nigeria with respect to Biafra and our leader Mazi Kanu. That I will play tomorrow.
Welcome again, everyone. Reports coming out of Paris, of France, is that the French hierarchy, the French political class are not really happy with the progress on the ground in Niger. And the military leadership is piling up a lot of pressure on the diplomats in Niger, on the French diplomats in Niger, and also on their military assets on the ground. And that is not giving the French hierarchy, particularly the political class, any joy at all. And it seems they have something going on with ECOWAS, and ECOWAS have not really delivered on the promise. It means that ECOWAS have not done enough to actually help the French to take away the pressure off them, because as it stands, it seems ECOWAS, particularly some group within ECOWAS, are willing to negotiate with the military leadership in Niamey. But the French are not interested in negotiation at this point in time. Because if you look at what is going on the ground, people are piling up and marching in front of the French embassy. They are also piling up and marching in front of the French military base in Niamey. And they are asking the French to pack their bags and leave. And while that is going on, ECOWAS is behind the scene. ECOWAS is trying to push for negotiation, even though some elements within ECOWAS are saying, look, we cannot negotiate. We have a mandate. Our foreign partners want this war to go on. And it's clear for everybody to see. I mean, back in the early 2000s or even 10 years ago, people would say, well, the problem of Africa is squarely that of leadership and nothing else. And people said, well, Africans, every time they keep complaining, they keep whining, they keep blaming foreign powers for interference in the politics. And African leaders must man up and sit up and stop crying and complaining. But now we can see the face of the real enemy. And I'm glad that the French came out openly and said, yes, we are the ones. We are the ones making sure that Niger doesn't have electricity. And what are you going to do about that? And I'm happy that the reality is setting. I want to give you a quick quote from the erstwhile Haitian president. His name is Leslie Francois Maningat. And Maningat said that the political violence strips bare the social body. So only when there's conflict or tension or things like this can you really understand what is going on beneath the skin. So it is a process whereby you can see the nakedness, you see the reality being denuded before your eyes. So everything that analysts and political figures, experts in the field have been talking about that, Africa has to do a lot more with leadership, and I totally agree with that. But you have to look at the setting. You have to look at how they come into power. It's where they say when they're leaving. I have no idea. I mean, but now they have no option but to leave. So what they are doing is they plant a leader in power, and the leader will have to honor the agreement that they've had since 1960. I mean, some of these agreements are so obnoxious to the point that when you look at the tenets, if you look at the very basics of those agreements, it simply means that some of these Sahelian countries have been enslaved for the next 1,000 years to the Europeans.
Thank you. That is Nigeria. That is Nigeria. Where those in the Senate, where those in the House of the judiciary, they have mentally enslaved themselves to Britain. They have mentally, psychologically enslaved themselves to the West, to the EU. You cannot doubt. You cannot in any shape or form try to debate on that. Can you tell me how a whole Nigeria that says they are the most populous, empty brain, that you want to conduct election, you will go to London to get approval, but you're independent, you're a republic. And you are telling me that Nigeria is not a parasite to Africa. Africa's progress. They are hindrance. But Nigerians are the same. Not just the government. Average Nigerian, the same mentality. They cannot even go out in the street and say, Britain, leave us alone. Nigerians are culpable. Nigerians are guilty. All of them, with the exception of few. Nigerians and Kenyans. They are guilty. They cannot say, West, leave us alone. And they cannot progress. Look at the tiny African countries. Look at the Arabian and Muslim countries. What is it we are getting from France? Nothing but headache. We don't own ourselves. We don't even own our resources. And France will stand still and say, whatever you say, we are not we're in somebody's own land, in somebody's own country, that own resources that you are stealing, and you say the explanation is not enough. And they are pushing Nigeria with the with the stones they put there at Tinubu, and go and fight for us. And Nigerians are not protesting. Are you telling me that Nigerians don't know what is happening? That ordinary, why will I say ordinary? That Malians, Nigerians, Algerians, Moroccans, they all know. And you cannot practice this rubbish in their country. They will not come out to demonstrate. Not in Nigeria. They are so full of hate and cheat that they rather take order from Jupiter to kill Igbo people because they're getting free oil. But they are not even enjoying the oil. How foolish Nigerians are. You can make any meaning of whatever you're saying, at least the world, African world, can understand what is happening to you, but you cannot. I'm proud to be a Nigerian. Nigeria is indivisible. What now? You see, they have slowly planned this thing. And look at Tinubu saying about oil to Europe from my father's backyard. How much are they paying for it? The value of your money is useless. Before the completion of that pipeline, your $1 will be what 3,000 naira for $1. It's coming. Before the completion of all these things, $1 will equal 3,000 naira, or 3,000 naira will equal $1, whichever way you go. And you continue to owe until your children and the generation to come will owe through their nose. You are a commonwealth. Foolish people. Everybody is rising. It's only Nigeria. Every country is striving to break away and be proud. No, not Nigeria, not Kenyans. But you are ready to go and fight next door for a war that will destroy. Please go. Some are saying negotiate. Some are saying we are waiting for our foreign partners to give a go ahead. Slave mentality. Nigerians, you are I can't say more than what I've said. You cannot protest. You cannot go and say, Britain, leave us alone. West, leave us alone. You're killing us. Everybody keeps quiet. Why are you keeping quiet? But you still have the women, you still have the men from all these countries in the US speaking up. The propensity to cheat and ignore evil has overwhelmed every one of us, that we cannot speak for our own benefit. They listen to Radio Biafra. These African countries listen to Radio Biafra. I will play you a clip what one of them said yesterday, and I sent it all over. They are holding Mazi Nnamdi, all of you keep quiet. the court to decide, the Supreme Court. Which Supreme Court? Which Supreme Court? I am asking you, let's stop fooling ourselves. You are holding your own, you are holding a great son of your from your region, so that slavery will continue. Look at these countries, smaller countries that know who they are. Nigerians don't know who they are. They only parading that name Nigeria. I will say this and I will say it again. I'll say it proudly until all of you wake up. We are not the same. There is nothing like Nigeria. There is no constitution. The amalgamation ended 2014. Why are you people still a country? And somebody say, give us a referendum, let's decide. Then he becomes a criminal. He becomes a terrorist. French government will frown at them leaving Niger. Is Niger their country? In other words, slavery and colonization is still ongoing through economic means. Are you telling me even Niger have qualified people, educated people? So Nigeria, stop deceiving yourself that you think you are the only people that have received education. There is no country in the world that doesn't have educated people. It is how much you put them into use and the reward you get that determines the outcome of your education, of your experience with the world, and how you can better your people with what you acquired. And most of the people are so timid. It's a challenge to Nigerians. Biafrans are speaking out. But the Oduduwas, they are not. They are the most treacherous people you can think of. But with what is happening, now you see, they'll start to think twice. You thought you were killing Biafrans. You are getting rich with Biafrans, but the naira is peppering you, and your naira is going to pepper you more. Don't complain. Be you from Middle Belt, don't complain. Be you from Arewa, don't complain. Because this is what Britain has done to you. Put you together, chain you economically, and brainwash you. Nigeria's role should be no war in Africa. Not to talk of your... Why is Tinubu more after his certificate? Who cares? You will sell your people. You will destroy your people. You will destroy a lot of lives for them to seal your criminal record. But it's not sealed. The ones we know is enough. The ones we know is enough. And understand that we know it. If I were you, I'll do the right thing and damn whatever they will use to blackmail you. At least if you do something right, we can say, yeah, at least we can understand. This one, they put you to blackmail you to do what is very favorable. Just like Wike killed a lot of his own people in Obibo. Just like Umai. Who are they killing? Biafrans. I might be everywhere talking. That's how I sling my hammer. That's how I swing it. Or how I swing my sling. If it hits you, fine. we are not doing what we're supposed to do. And we are not doing what we are as presidents supposed to do. What should have been done was not done. And with what is to be done is not being done. Why are Nigerians so treacherous to the progress of Africa? Dismantle Nigeria and Africa will take off. Dismantle that British clone, Nigeria. Now, then Africa will take off. They know it. The world knows it. The world know what they are doing. And that is the West. That is the West. You think you're progressing. But I know you don't have money. Nigeria is a parasite, a deterrent to the progress of Africa. Tell me why they should come and tell ECOWAS to get ready for war. ECOWAS is NATO. Are you telling me Nigerians don't know that ECOWAS is NATO? Everywhere they have security, terrorist, anti-terrorist squad. But see how many people are being killed in Biafra land. The same people. Insecurity, everywhere insecurity. Like Africans are crazy. Every village you go insecurity. And you have the baboons that come out to say they are chiefs and ezes. You see who people killing your son, you are coming to desecrate our land with your menala. In our go for. Uzodima buru thousands. In our go for onye sikwa na ogache. The same people that went to Wike sang their song. Wike Kigesu. And it's the same people. Ndibo. I tell you that we have a serious issue. I cannot even make it singular. We have serious issues. Many of them. Plenty of them. Let's get this Biafra. We will resize ourselves and know who is who. And this rubbish cannot continue. This rubbish will not continue. Brett, go ahead and come in. Let's go ahead. I don't know. I don't know when we are going to wake up. Dismember Nigeria. Oduduwas, dismember Nigeria. Declare your stand. Middle Belt, do the same. Declare your stand. And the whole game will be over. Mazi Oforma, and over to you.
Against the money guy in the kind and they will know. It's more than about my law, but you can't come more. Really, I believe more with the more to that far more to the Kena bagai tu konten pada itu berasa. Tak berlomba ini ribuan ini kono. Ya kalau ini semua gesin dia dah mundur. Kena bagai tu konten pada itu berasa. Apa pun lagi dia malu senang. Kena bawa baca bawa baca ni. Mana sebab yang dah dua ni. Oh, mana modern di dunia umat dulu Mazi bright quality evangelist. Ada misi sebab yang mana sebab yang the guy I do totally damagre la up da share. I don't totally damagre up da share. I don't know what about Kanabu. Meaning is the Domani diet. I don't make it with Ghana Batu, so I'm not about 1 year. I didn't give my first son. I can look at any man one year. Chimakana also said, my name is Rebecca. I didn't give me half a 10 days. I give my good about to get one to take a room. Okay, I can't remember a little of what we have in a amen. Papaya Bello, the Papa Papaya Bello, Pachita. Dana Benani, Imana Hanilan, they married. I don't know general here. I don't know if I like your kind of Matalanda kind of Matamagoya Mifla. The guy that Motamagoy came there behind the Kokam, Ricky and the Cambo, a beautiful carriage. I am not the passive and the line. Audience made more and did on the Garagosa, even more days of Baka. From the office of the DOS, the Garabo the party minister now back. All that presenters to know the morning team at the minister now back. All I didn't get a man love. As a matter of 1 year, Bobby did the man so called a Macanaba for Flake. Maras no one day in Judy, how do you injure the villager? No, anyway, Maduba with Chihuahua. At a fine and day to an I am there to an head of made time to an Yanni Demina. Papa have beautiful what to you, Torana, Jamba Mazan Lambecan. Only Ruby she came. As you go down, why not have a breaking my and the camp to Pastrana? Matala, who Bob in the Graga, who one them when you like a magic. All you go to Pasubi, there be now. All you go see like him and long original upon imitation. Abi go see don't count on a long on your say the way to your last. Papa. All one day, Julie, kill walk like Obian Dishik, Obian Dishik can come up, but Julie, my day, Mamma doesn't love the kind of Papa. Papa don't bother before after Taylor, but the Garaga. Papa, I'm there, cook a banner. They can eat in a fire when you teach, they can email whatever Musu and Maria. Papa, Oriaga, I had the toilet. May I never glad I like you will walk. I am able walk, that was a little teaching. My sister email like it in a house of good. You may not call me. Papa, when you put on, I do not I want to walk over. Mother soon, the guy get you. When you're riding, wow, what do I look again? No fire didn't have when I'm be pass, no banana always to cook Gabiana. You bring me the banana baby. Still, my room, body, baby. ọhaneze ndọmadị gaghị ndị ka anyị mmadụ ọbụla na ndọmadị ikpe ọchịcha na-arụ ndị ka anyị na-agbara ọzọ ụbọchị taa mmadụ asị ebe ọbụla na-alụgo na asị ndị ụmụ ọma ehihie ọma abalị ọma igbo ọzọ ma ọzọ adịghị ekele n'ebe ọbụla nọ igbo onye Abia, igbo onye Imo, igbo onye Anambra, igbo onye Ebonyi, igbo onye Enugu, igbo onye Delta, igbo onye ebe ọbụla nọ agha bụrụ Biafra agba gburugburu adịghị ekele n'ụbọchị taa dịka ekele ụmụnne anyị ndị nọ n'ọgbọ ofesi dịka ebe ọkụ nọdụ ala ugbu anyị adịghị ekele ụlọ dị ekele ndị ngwa ndị mbụ ndị ka anyị ndị oke mmadụ asị m ụlọ maazị nọ na-agwụrụ ka anyị nka n'otu olile ama ụlọ ọzụrụ ka abịala ụlọ nda ọ na-arịa kpara asị nke ọ bụrụ gị ime onye ọbụla jishi ka adị m eji ohere ara nkele mmadụ niile na-anabata olu ndị dị gaa anyị ntị n'olu ndị dị so anyị dị ime ebe ọbụla nọdụ ala olu anyị gbalịa adị hụtat n'ịdị ike redio Biafra IPP Community Radio ebe ọbụla nọ ide ka anyị ga-ede nweta ọpdeti dama ihe ndị anyị nkara na ihe ndị anyị na-aka ndị ka anyị dị eme mmadụ ụbọchị taa ndị ka anyị ọkpụkpọ okpu akpọrọ ọnụ asị m ụlọ na arị kpofu ka akwa agaghị kpọrọ ọnụ izu ụka gara aga adịghị m kara nwoke adụ okwu mmiri ọnụ dọbiri ya bịa hafụ a na-arịara m ọnụ geenụ ntị m akwa ndị ka anyị nsị na ihe dị iche ebe iche mgbe na akwara m otu mesi ya na he niile izu oke lagba niile dị balans ọrịnọjinoji n'ala Igbo na ala mgbakọ anyị mbụ ma Biafra zita obodo a mbụ Naijiria eji anyị tiri ime ya la ndị we anyị ndị dị ya ozi ahafụla wede mee nte mgbezi ha nke mbụ dị eme ha ọdọ dịka mkpụrụ ya na ọka ego izu ụka gara aga asụsụ Igbo alawala omenala Igbo alawala ndị eze ọdịnala hafụla ọnwe gbawala ọdụ ịhụ traditional ruler abịafụta na-eme campaign a particular person omenala Igbo onye ịhụ ndị kpọrọ nsị na akpọrọ ọkpọrọ ha kpọrọ they come out and start campaigning for a criminal ọkpọrọ ọtọ dịla mbụ ndị ka anyị ga-adị hapụ omenala dị egbe omenelu geenụ ntị m agbụrụ Baịbụl sị maka na ndị ajụrụ ịnara eziokwu a ka ejiri ha teela aka uche ajụrụ ajụ maka na ndị ka anyị hafụrụ ebe ihe nwere ma ibres ndị ọdọ mere ihe niile njiri ọchịa beta ọ ka fọtụrụ maka na ndị ka anyị nji amaka nke onye mmadụ fọrọ ọ ka fọrọ ha ahụkwana ụfọdụ bụ restoration of services of Biafra which na ọkwa anyị abịawala imezi ya because adịghị hapụ otu adị ndị gị ime dọọ ihe naanị ndị ime obi njide enwebisi ike kwụdịsi ike na-emegbe na ndị mebe mmasị onye ngata ime ya iyi mama abịafu ụlọ adị ndị onye na-akwụ okwu onye ndị olegata ikwu ya ma dịda arụzi abịafu ụkwụ ndị olegata ikwu ya ma dị os anọ ya ndị olegata ime dị ndị anyị nchere ọgwụ nke emebe emeghe anyị hụ a dị ndị anyị nche na ndị anyị hụrụ n'obi ya hafụla ha anyị ndị nne ụlọ abụ nkara na ha anyị nchere ọgwụ ha gaji ime gada emegbe ọdọ nwa abụ ya mere e ji si n'ala obodo ndị isi obodo n'okwu nwoke otu onye ndị abụ eze wee nwanne oge ọgịrị la hama bụ ile ala Igbo na adịghị ndị ọdụ ndị guzosi ike kwuo maka ya sịta mgbe emebila eji otu ọ na-eme ya na ndị ka anyị si na-eme nha nwụọ na-eme nha lie ya adịghị ndị ọdụ na-abụ mara na ọkpụ ya mere Chineke ji hie ebele adịghị onye mkpụrụ obi lee Maazị Nnamdi Kanu kwuo ya aka n'ekwe si arụba ya aza si ị ga-agara mgbozi ya si ha eluigwe njegịrị ya si ala ịgaji ya Maazị Nnamdi Kanu kpọkọta nwaanyị si bịanụ n'ụmụ mmadụ ụmụ ndị ji ịrụ ọrụ ala adịghị ndị ọdọ ọkụ ọgba anyị nwechela adị ndị mbeti na ndị agwa anyị ndị ile anya mbeti ime ya asị anyị ha ọkpara ma ndị anyị gbere azụ anyị gbere ntụmakarị anyị onye ọbụla asị hewu anyị jikwa n'ọkụ ndị a tidoro na ya mụkara asị ha mmadụ ụdị atọ onye iro ya ahịa iri ịtụ onye bigosi trendụ ya zụtara ọgwụ ọbịa mere anyị njisi obi ego ji ụta dị anyị mmewe anyị emedu na ya mebiri ya nwoke asị ka majishi nkụkwụ anyị akpọkparị ya majishi ntụ ekele dịrị Chukwu kere ụbọchị taa na ọrụ anyị ndị Igbo anyị akagọla ya achị agwụla akwụ anyị gara ga-abụla eke ya ọkọlọ ọnụ it is neither na ahụ anyị ndị Igbo n'ọnụ gatarala why you tell you back because I had Lambo or Yagaloka and the one thing that would be sure what at Minamaka and Chile. The one guy in the world, one guy in the wood, I know because I is there. Makalachi, I take care of 2 things is involved. I don't know the people get laugh or I need to learn on food. Ndị show na-ambola anọghị na n'ọmụla dị ọdọ. So men bụrụ ada asụ ụmụnna anyị niile ndị okpukpe siri ike ọnụ ọbụla nọdesi ike na adịdị ihe na-emelụ. N'ọbụla bụ ha anyị ga-abụrụ ụtọ n'ụzọ ya dị igbe bụ na adịghị ọdọ. Mana so onye ọbụla adịkwala mba. Onye ọbụla adịla mba. La dị mụọ dị iche na mba bụ dị mụọ dị iche ime. Mada sooner like April last distraction and the Maria Julian Upon Shik and Anin and the cocker Ali by the way Bila. I was a sign Lavana. What do I engage making an Ariana? He gave only 1 year as a Sundoro. He only when 1 year, sorry, we won't. But in do land of man, I didn't make him one way. One swat of Sunday border, the kind of bugger. He gave on the Lona village. The Lona village. That's what to begin. And just to begin to open it. One way to learn this was to see you. To tell our day hanging behind him with the world. Lamani Mulana, they hang giant, and a hotel long, anyone dish and shake. Oh, $10. Bukayani, Garagay, Mugala, Volishi, can live Gala in dollar time, Makayakani. If you want to say, India, that all no lock no change your day like a Wendy. Igi onye ndọrọ nchekwa ndị uwe ojii ọmụ Igbo ilekwa anya na uwe ojii na alịdịrị afọ Igbo ịkpọchi ya nwanne na ya sụara ọdụ adịghị emere emeghị ya nwa m bịara ụlọ ma ahụ nwanna m n'ụzọ nwere nta kpọchi ya sụara m asụsụ ọkụ onye m dị ise nga ya sụara m asụsụ ndị ọdụ ma sị onye mere anyị enweghị. But all who marry love no la one sorry hey guy yeah they happy yeah so to because I don't know how to wake up yes yeah yes yes I'm going to buy what is she can not very accurate I don't know the me one way to one then only good master to the game. Say, we math on a motor and say, at the head there, Master Lee, the one we have shot. If not told you, now one edge David, but top all this one the game. Oh, all this one the game. It is to be easy as we can't live to me, not be good. I didn't reach him and the Kamatla or Karisindin on Chipa, Mango Quaker, Mango Yuji. Ege moto mvoto ndị mmadụ da a nọ choose ege moto anọ na ndị ugwu na ndị ofe manụ na ndị Igbo anyị na ya mara na moto ndị ngwa ugwu ka ịma tọrọ nwanne bikos amara nwa nwe mgbe ugwu kwuru nwanne ya okwu naanị na onye ugwu ahụ na nwanna ya ekwu okwu adị m aga ịsaachị ma ga ime nyocha na moto agaghị ime ọrụ maka na-ego na moto aga maka na ọrụ ugwu na nwa nwanne ya nna ọ bụrụ onye Igbo anyị nwanna Chineke arịrịghị ịga ikpe ya ọ sọkwara nka alọtala m otu na mmadụ onye ugwu nọ na moto onye ọgwụgwụ m na moto ndị alọta ya ahụ nwanne ya asụ asụsụ ya yi ịhụrụ mgbe onye Igbo anyị sita gosi moto a ya sọ onye kọrasa hapịa tọga Chineke le ọ bụ emere na iwu bata ọjọọ obodo anyị jide adị mfe maka na ndị ugwu ala nwanne moto agaghị esita inyocha moto ha ndị ugwu bụ ihe nzuzo ndụrụ m anya But in the one, actually, didn't can assume. And what the Tony Ball engine to not say, ye may on the ball, get the water tag. I'll put an animal people going to town. What I tell you, I heard of okay. Then I want I get in a moon, but I so. Again, one I gave the amount of my one I gave sorry as Sunday good, as Sunday good. Titali here go Gia go on if we are not. Mother gave one night, gave it to Gila and one night, opinion. But you do who told one other way, but one other way who know you the one night. For one night, he made a particular wow. Oh, get it. Okay, you love one of the patrol and ego. One of them, I didn't live by a very sorry Ladiana. I think when the leadership. La school no la Biafra land. All you la possible, la leadership. And hit that card, when you put on like still a map crest or as to see by school. Ya die, when you put on Yagri. Imana na mbote ni mwoko ngarifa lanne ayedara ebianifa lanna n'obodo ebe ọ ga-etere na skuulu ke ụmụntakịrị primary 5 to 6 na nwatakịrị ọnụugwu amaghị bekee asụ ihe egwere ha epịa ya nwatakịrị ala ga-akpọ ndị kewe nga niile ju asị gịrị ịwụsigịrị si nwatakịrị kwuo nwatakịrị ihe n'ọsụ na ọma bekee ya na ọsụtapụghị na bekee ọ bịara ịkụzi bekee tụrabara ịkụzi ya sụ ụmụnna ha lara mele elu ọ ga-abụ arịrịọ bụ ha arịọgitere arịrịọ nwatụọ ya palante si ya kpọọ nwa anya agba ọdọ n'ọgịsụ asụsụ na nwatakịrị ga-eso ọgịsị asụ ọ bụ onye bekee nwa ọ bụ onye bekee tọpụ onye ọnụugwu enyi m ọka bịara agwa sị nna ma m lekwa ihe mere si ya n'ọbịa nụrụ na n'ọrụ ha anyị na-ekọ nke biko anyị ndị ịrịọ ka ha rịrịọ ndị nne na nna ma ndị nọ n'ụlọ ma ndị nọ na mba ọla mba ofesi unu mere ka asụsụ Igbo bụ ihe ga-eguzosi ikele ọrụ sokwa na ịtalite ofe anyị mbọ fụwala ama unu mere ka asụsụ Igbo na ọyimụ na anyị ka anyị gbere asụsụ Igbo na-ehi ọra anyị gbere asụsụ Igbo na-azụ nwatakịrị maka na akwụkwọ nsọ si yirute nwatakịrị ka ụzọ esi dị maka na ọ gaghị na ọ ga-esi n'ime ewezuga onwe ya asụsụ Igbo anyị na ndị mma anyị hapụ asụsụ anyị ndị ori bata ịsụrụ ya anyị si dị agba mbọ anyị Buhari agba nna anyị na nwa bekee ihe obe ya mụọ anyị asụsụ Igbo maka na ọ bụ asụsụ a ga-ejekwa Chineke okwu ya aza mgbamgba tutu ụmụnna anyị na Afrịka wede akpọkụ Chineke ya ka Chineke dị otu gị dị bụ asụsụ ndị ọdọ ọkwa Chineke nọ n'ala Igbo okwu chere ọ ga-enye ya ịma na Chineke nọ na mba ofesi dị iche na mmụọ dịba na mmụọ kọbana dị iche dị otu dị iche n'ebe iji asụsụ ndị ọdọ kpọkuo mmụọ na ala nna ya aza ọ dị-egbe ọsọ bụ ọbụ nke omee mgbe ụfọdụ ndị eme anya na-amaghị ebe ọ kata dị eme anya eme idebara chọọchị ka a ikpe ikpe chọọchị ndị agadi nwoke na agadi nwaanyị nọ nwa ọnụ ụkọchukwu nọ nwa Igbo asụsụ ndị ọdọ dị ikpe chọọchị dị akwado nne na nna anyị onye ike ka gaa ụmụaka ịkpara nka ndị ka anyị ke na-abụ oge mana ụkọchukwu mana ụlọ nọ nzukọ nwa ọbụla ke na-abụ oge anyị kwesịrị iji anyị labụrụ anyị labụrụ ebe anyị ji fụta
There is a network interruption, and I hope it's temporary and it can be Let's see if we can reconnect. Let's see. This is live broadcast from Radio Biafra USA. It's a temporary interruption. Let's see. It is the network. Yes. Is the world is talking. People are beginning to speak. Yes, Mazi. Yeah, can you hear me? It is still the same issue. The same issue. Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, Mazi, can you give it few minutes? Give it about 5 minutes for it to settle. The line is breaking. Yeah. Give it few minutes. People of the world are beginning to talk. They are beginning to be proud of yourself. Okay, when you have self-confidence, especially these African leaders, especially the worst ones are those from the British Empire. They are the worst culprits. They and their citizens are the worst. Go back and research. Go back and make self-adjustment and self-assessment. What I mean by self-adjustment is adjust your situation and then make the assessment. You are not one. We are not one and will never be one. You cannot even carry out justice on the other person. And you say you're one. Stop deceiving yourself. In the process, we tie ourselves down. We tie down ourselves that we cannot progress. And they're making a feast of us. You are making one Nigeria. Since 1960, check it. Since 1960, no progress. Everything moving backwards. They are economically destroying us. And you say you're a country. We are not a country. We are not the same. Mazi is better now. Go ahead.
So the guy okay. Ọtụtụ ihe were ahụnarịchala ebe na chọọchị ọ bụghị igbe o ji ka ndị Igbo njọ n'aka. Ọ bụ ndị Igbo bụ onye ga-ehafe eze aha nne ya na nna ya gọrọ ya chọọ aha bekee zawa. Ọtụtụ ndị dị anyị arịkwa ịgụ ụmụwa aha Igbo. Onye ọbụla ga-achọrọ ịza Igbo onye bekee. And all mentality and onye ọbụla chọrọ ịfụ obodo ndọ obodo ya ịgaji ọrụ mmadụ onwe ya. Ọ bụ eji eme mgbe ụfọdụ anụ ụmụ ọtụtụ ndị ụkọchukwu webe hiwa crusade abịa kwuru 10 people with traveler study ụdị enweghị ike ikpe ekpere to obodo anya ma akpa mma nwa bekee chọrọ anyị mbịa ekpere anyị niile bụ adịghị obodo ndị ọdọ ka anyị nwee ike akpata ego anyị dị ịga ebe akpata ọ dịghị obena. Onye ọbụla bụ ọrịa ka ahụ onye ụkọchukwu nọ n'ala Igbo bụ ladị ma nwaanyị ma ọ bụ otu ma adịghị onye nwere nọ obodo oyibo. But onye niile nọ na-ekpe ekpere ka anyị nga ala eze. Onye ọbụla dị ikpe ekpere ka Chineke onye enweghị ike ikpe ekpere si ala Igbo ma mma. Ụmụ anyị dọrịkpara n'ụlọ ọtụtụ ụmụnne anyị ofe oge dị anya adịghị ole igwetala wele amatara ekwesịrị iji dọgharịa ule adịghị ikpe ekpere ka obodo anyị ma mma anyị mejuo obodo anyị nwekwara ike gwagharịa nwaanyị otu ojiri na ọkparịla obodo jiri m agwape ịgage ọ bụrụ oge ikwu omume otu onye ụkọchukwu ekpefute ohere ya ịtara mbidoto ọgbụgbara ịbụ ofufe ru onye akwa ya egwu asụsụ Igbo mechaa ya ga-ebe ọdịiche dị ya. Ihe gị hụ ịmara agara m a dị otu chọọchị m gara obodo ndị ugwu. Ihe ahụ chọọchị bụ onye nwere edu maọbụ onye maọbụ ejiwa asụsụ ndị ugwu dị emere ọtọ ọ bụrụ onye Igbo ka ha ọkpụ ome ọ chọrọ ịsụ asụsụ oyibo. Asụsụ oyibo ọrịa ịkwụ ụgwọ ndị olu ga-eso asụsụ arịa ha nwere nwadị bụ inye unu tọbụladị otu ịbịata ode ezu ọrụ n'oyi anafụla anya akọla uche nara anyị niile anyị nwere egwuregbala nwayọọ dama anyị asụsụ anyị. Ị ga-ịhụ dila nwaanyị nọ n'ụlọ dila nwaanyị ga ije ala otu bed wara asụ asụsụ bekee. Nwaanyị gị ile nwa ya ọ nwara ahụ ịbụ onye mgba dịghị mbụ onye mgba nwụ na ada asụrụ ụmụ na asụsụ bekee. Asụsụ anyị ada alaji so ndị adịghị emere m ụbọchị ole na ole gara aga. Otu nwanne anyị abụ nwanna m onye ngwa marala abụ gị ikwu kwere ka asụrụ otu asụsụ ndị ọzọ ọ bụ onye ngwa ibe m ya ada asụ m asụsụ ndị nọ n'ụlọ ụzọ ịgba m lee m asụsụ ndị ụba oge m onye ararịla asụsụ ngwa sụwarụrụ mechere ọ gara ịkọta onwe ya lakwụsịcha m agwala ọ bụ onye iberibe ede ịsụ m asụsụ ndị mba ọdọ lagịrị mekpanna na-echọrọ ịgba m lee m asụsụ ehe asụ ọgwụ ehe ike grisi mee oge mmanya asụ anyị mmanyela asụsụ anyị dịka omenala anyị si gị bịa tụdaghachi erugbe na gịrị jikwana ume eyi ndị ere-eso kewe ndị asụ nte okene onye ọ bụ eziokwu na Chineke ekere anyị nye anyị amamizu ndị iche anyị ga-enwe ike sụọ asụsụ ndị ọrụ mụta asụsụ ndị ọrụ sụọ ọ pụtara na anyị ga-ichefu ka anyị ọ pụtara na anyị ekwesịghị ịsụ ka anyị mgbe anyị kwesịrị ịsụ ka anyị gee ntị otu ọbụla o ji dị kemgbe eziokwu na anyị ma asụsụ niile dị iche iche oge dịrị mgbe anyị kwesịrị ịsụ asụsụ ndị a ndị mara asụsụ ndị ukwu mara ka ndị ofe manụ ọtara tụla kedu mgbe iji asụ asụsụ ndị a ga-esụara gị ya gara ndị a ma bigbere asụsụ gara na ga-emekọ zụkọ ahịa bọdụ ebe ụlọ ịhụ nwanna gị gbere asụsụ na ụ na-eme ya ndị ka anyị ọgbọdọtere gịnị mere ndị ka anyị enweghị ike ịnọ chee idela ọtụtụ ụlọ akwụkwọ dị iche iche asụsụ Igbo alawala na ya adịkwa ịkụzi nwatakịrị ABCDE adịkwa ịtụrụ ịkụzi nwatakịrị ọdafe na ọdụ mgbe ọdịarọ adịkwa ịkụzi nwatakịrị mgbochi ihe ndị ahụ amapala adịkwa ịkụzi nwatakịrị ABCDE onye mara anyị nwoke ọ ga-abụ ABCDEFGHIIIJKK onye mere ndị ka ihe ka ọ ga-ediri onye ala mma kakpa onye dịrị ndị ọtụrụla mmadụ gịnị mere anyị enweghị ike iji asụsụ anyị jiri isi anyị kwesịrị obi kwesịrị Chineke kere gị onye Igbo Chineke onye agha ịdịgwa Chineke na ọmaghị izu ka eghe gị onye Igbo ọtụtụ nnọsụ agbọghọ nkatagbu ọmasị Chineke isi gịnị mee mma onye ngwa na Chineke amarala agaghị m ịghọ onye mgbe ha alarịkwara ịbatakwara ime n'ala ngwa ọ nwere onye Chineke tiri n'ala Igbo kama ị ga-ijisi ike hụ na Chineke ji tee gị ịghọ onye Igbo n'igbere rọpụtara Chineke ọrụ n'ala Igbo taa ala Igbo nwee ike megịnị buli elu mgbalie Maazị Nnamdi Kanu ọ fụtara Chineke enweghị ike ibulagha maọbụ mba Rọshia maọbụ Amerịka maọbụ Izrel ma ebe ọbụla Chineke gbere bịa tinye n'ala Igbo maka oge dị ugbu maka ehihie amarala abụ nnọgụna n'akwụkwọ niile ọbụla niile Chineke amara na ọmadị mmadụ n'otu anyị bịata n'elu ụwa ọsịfụ ma egbere anyị ndị Ghana ọsịfụ ma egbere anyị ndị ofe mmanụ maọbụ ndị ugwu ọsịfụ ma egbere anyị ndị Cameroon ọsịfụ ma egbere anyị ndị Amerịka ya sị nwakwara gara anyị dịrị gaa n'ala Igbo ya egbere tụọ n'ala Igbo na lekwe n'ụbọchị taa lekwe n'ụbọchị taa n'ụkwụ onye nwaanyị apụtala ihe lekwe ọ gbara onye Chineke nkere dị n'ala Igbo n'igwe mgbuve n'imela n'igwe mgbuve ị chọrọ ime n'igwe mgbuve mgbu ọchịchị obi gị n'igwe izubere ịhụ n'ala Igbo na Chineke mere gị ịlụ ụwa n'ime ya na-ege ịbara ala Igbo uru ege ịbara ala Igbo uru ka ịbara ikwetara ala Igbo ngwọcha ọ gbajidoro na-eji ụmụnne nwanne m nwoke nwanne m nwaanyị iji sị na ị gaghị ịsụ asụsụ Igbo Chineke kwetara na ị ga-abụ gị ndị ọdọ ọtụtụ n'ime ụmụnne unu niile Chineke zitere ala Igbo unu ahụla nkọcha ma ndị hụrụ ngacha aha unu bụ sọrị efuadụ na m na-ehi onye kasị Chineke osigiri mere ya ala n'ala Igbo si ya ọ bụrụ na ị nọrọ n'ala ọnọdụ ma n'ọnọdụ ị gara ịnọ n'ime n'ụbọchị taa ị mara mgbe ị ga-ahụ ịlụ ụwa n'obodo ahụ Amerịka na-abụọ ndị emechiri emecha ị mara ma ị gara ịlụ ụwa mgbe Amerịka nọ n'isi ọ bụrụkwana mmadụ mechiri n'obodo ndị a niile otu obodo dị iche iche anyị nọ anyị ndị obodo ke na-ama gee ntị mmiri ke na-ama ọgwụ eji tee ya na ndị tere ya mmiri ọ bụ ndị tere mmiri na mgbe eji tee ya mmiri ke na-atọ n'ụtọ obodo ndị na-amara mma ha ewekwa na ọ mara mma ọ bụ mmadụ ibe gị nnọchi echiche hapụ mpụ na arụrụ ala na ohi lee anya ugwu site omechi obodo o nwere onye ịnọdụ n'ọnọdụ ndị anọ ị ga-imelite ịga ịmapụ ịchọta otu gị ji mee zuo ohi zụnara n'obodo ndị ọdọ ọ bụ ihe ndị ime ndị ọchịchị obodo anyị taa adị m ile ndị iberibe nwee mee nwaada gara aga obodo dị gara UK maọbụ na ebe a na-ekwu nzu igbu onye ohi ị ga-enwu ngwa ngwa otu ehi iji nwee plen kras nwụ bikọs obodo gị gaji gị gara ebe ahụ ka nọ ọ bụ mmadụ mgbe ọ bụ onye ọchịchị ibe gị mechiri ya ọ gwara ọdị dị ka imechiri n'obodo kere oge ka ị ma bịa zụta ohi ba gị izu n'oge bọọdụ ndị iberibe yes ịzụta gị zụfụ ndị a nzụrụ ke ndị obodo ndị a mechiri obodo kere ndị ọ bụrụ na ọtụ ihe jide achị mba otu eji wechi ya ị ga izuzuru gị ebe a ga-anọ ndị ara sị na bụ ọkụ anyị bụ ndị Igbo kwesịrị ịdị veri veri anyị kwesịrị ịkpachapụ onwe anyị anya mara ma anyị mbụ ntu a ị gara obodo ndị ọdọ ga-anọ ka ọdọ kwa ọba egiri ị gaghị n'ọdọ adị m elu ebe anyị nwe akwụkwọ ụfọdụ ụmụnna anyị ndị ego obodo ndị ọdọ ebe na-amakpọ nọ ọma mma amụwe obodo ọkụsọ otu a Chineke kee ya mgbe na-eduba ya ka ihiwe nna Obasanjo ga-agba isi ego olugbo otu Dubai ga-anọ lekwa otu adị mgbe ya gwa mma mgbe Dubai mkpọrọ ọhịa lekwa otu Dubai nnọ ọ bụ ego Obasanjo gbaziri ọ na-eji omechi ụgba mgbalee ya lekwa otu obodo nnọ lekwa otu obodo ndị Igbo ọgịrị ọtụtụ ụmụnna anyị nwere ndị ọdị ime ihe emechi ha ike ndị ụlọ ha eyi oge narị ya na a ga-iwe ihe ụlọ akwụkwọ mba asụsụ Igbo naanị adị nga ime ya ọ bụrụ m si darọ Chineke si ya biko oge ekpere bi ekpere ya mere anyị ebere anyị nwee ike gbugharịa obodo anyị nwee ike gbugharịa obodo a mbụ Biafra achọ gba bekee bịa nga na ya asụ asụsụ Igbo ihe ma na onye ọcha na-asụ Igbo ihe ma Jizọs na-asụ Igbo ọ dị nweta m ihe nne ma ụmụnna anyị ndị fọtọ ụmụnna anyị ndị gbaka nwaanyị ga-emụ nwa nwoke dịla nwaanyị ga-emụ nwa gbasa anyị egbere nwa adịghị n'Igbo adị m bekee ji m Igbo dasị na ji m bekee dasị ya ọ ga-ala bekee vụtara m ego ịbụ onye iberibe ebe otu tara iberibe ka agalachi ọ ga-ala bekee obodo bekee ọ mmadụ mere ya n'otu ọ gbara na inweghị ike ịnọ chee echiche na ị nwere ike ime nkịtị gị ji hazie n'uche obi ka onye obodo ọma akpanụlọ amala ndị ọdọ nga ịda asụ asụsụ ka onye ịga ịhụ onye French ọ maghị bekee asụ ya dị ime biznes n'ala Igbo maka na ọma bekee asụ ọ gaghị ha ime biznes ya ndị onye ma ndị gọọmenti ga-echọta onye ndị ịsụ asụsụ ya na-asụ onye a ga-translate ya remember enwere m ike icheta oge gara aga adị mgbe ndị House of Assembly m chọrọ ime biznes ọgwụtụ ndị Chinese onye China ya ama bekee asụ they have to employ ndị China bịata Igbo ime biznes a they have to ite igwere onye Igbo mma China asụ n'ọrụ emere wetabrit ọ hapụ biznes ha ị ga-ehụ ịbịa na telivishọn ị ga-ehụ ndị ọ na-ekwu okwu ụkọchukwu obodo ndị ọdọ aga enwe nsọ asụsụ bekee ebere ndị ga-asụ asụsụ tirewe ọ ga-ehe ha esonye aga gị mere dị hụ sika njọ n'ala Igbo ọ bụrụ ihe o ji dị mkpali ka ịmụta ịsụ asụsụ bekee mbụ ifu obodo ndị bekee gị ibere asụsụ garala bụ eme ihe but ebe n'obodo gị nkwe n'asụsụ Igbo mee ihe ọ bụghị nọkwa n'ala Igbo gị dịkwa na-asụkwa asụsụ bekee ịhụ nwanna gị sụrụ ya asụsụ bekee ọmanụ mma otu a nwande ka ọka mbụ n'oge edula mgbe ndị ka anyị kwesịrị ịma n'ọhụghị mmadụ nwere ihu ya mbụ ha ọ ga-eza ọ bụrụ anya ahafụ ịda asụ asụsụ bekee anya ahafụ were asụsụ Igbo tinye n'okpuru oche tinye n'okpuru tebụl adịghị uru ọ ga-ebara anya idele anya jenereshọn nke mbịata n'ugbo ama mmadụ wee chee maka gị na bụ oge anyị kwesịrị iji zụọ nwatakịrị otu kwesịrị nụ wefụkwanụ asị ilu ọhụrụ Igbo anyị nwee ike dị prad ndị Igbo ịdị ịhụ ọhụrụ ire aga n'ihu akwụkwọ ịga ide ahụtụ ụmụnna ụmụ anyị nwere njide eme ka ọma n'obodo ndị ọdọ yes adịkwa gbalị beta ala Igbo kwanụ dụta anyị kwesịrị ime n'ala Igbo ala Igbo ama mma onye bịa egbere anọdụ ahịa na aga ime ala Igbo ọ bịara mgbe izu ohi ịhụna na ọnụkwụ were ka emechi anyị Igbo bịara ezu ohi Chineke gị kpu na ọkụrụ isi nna nna na ọnụkwụ dasị aga imechi ala Igbo onye egbere dị ezu ohi Chineke gị kpu na ọkụrụ isi nna nna ịbụrụ onye ngwa gara onye ngwa ibe gị na ụlọ asụ asụsụ ngwa gị bụrụ onye Anambra ga-eso asụsụ ndị Anambra onye a na-asụ sentral Igbo ka ị ga-eso onye Igbo aghọta onye Anambra ka onye Igbo aghọta maka ala otu ndị dị baa n'ime ime ala mkpọkọ onye aga ịkọta ndị ha mba ịka asụsụ anyị ndị gbakpa ahụ n'obodo anyị dị iche iche. Ọbịa bụ anyị ga-eji gwa ndị ichie okwu. Anyị gwuo okwu, ndị rotere anyị mgbe anyị gbara asụsụ anyị gwuo okwu n'ime ọdụlala anyị akụpụ owe. Ịnọ na ndị ekpere gịrị akpọkụ God of Elijah Odomode. Dị na oge ndị Igbo kwesịrị ịma ha anyị kwesịrị ịmara ụwa anyị maka na ndị ka anyị so na nkọdị na mba je ebere mbegharị. Eji ya ha afọ omenala ma ọ bụla elu. Gị na oge ndị Igbo anyị kwesịrị ịma na ọ dị mkpa na asụsụ anyị kwesịrị ịtụfu etufu maka site n'asụsụ na a ga-eji mara ebe ihe dị. Obodo ndị ọdịwo dị iche iche dị asụsụ mere ihe gbere ọdịnala mere ihe ihe ọrụ ugbo ihe mana ọkụkụ maka na oji ahụ ahụ ike ọgwụ etiwachichala ọ gị maka ọ gị mana ọkụ n'ugwu otu wee nwere ike ihe ya izu ụka labụ maọbụ izu ụka atọ. Bata ịma nna onye Igbo adịghị onye Igbo ọbụla na nwata ha sụkwara ịgba mbọ ịnọ nta ihe ụtụtụ dị anya asịrị ofu ahụ. Yes, ịmara ihe eji mara ndị Igbo ejiwala ka iwe n'ọwa arụsara ahụ. Ọbịa ma onye Igbo obodo ugwu ya azụ ala ihe na ụfọdụ ndị ga-enwecha na obodo ndị ọrụ ịbaghị ezi nna m adị were ọbụ ihe eji mara ọtụtụ ndị Igbo anyị. Bata onye ugwu na ọ n'ala Igbo ọ ga-eji na ọ ga-abụ kela ketụrụ ya ole maka amọdụ ejighị ekwụlọ n'isi ala ana amọdụ ọ bịara ije nwụla. Ọma m nọ na-agba otu onye ihe asaa laadị ikwu okwu nwa Naịjirịa laadị ikwu lọọ ndị Igbo bụ ndị ebili ivu na nwa Naịjirịa na ndị ugwu na ndị ofe mmanụ ebili ivu na nwa Naịjirịa. Ọ bụ ndị Igbo bụ ndị ebili ivu na nwa Naịjirịa. Ụmụnne anyị dị na Legọs emechaa niile mere ọkụfọ n'ime ụlọ bakwara nnọkwakwara ebe ahụ ndị na-ezo ya ga-alara ịkpọ ebe ọrụ dị iche iche ọka akaala ebidokwara bụ ụwa n'isi ndị Igbo abụnọgere ndị ka arịsịrị ọba a na-akpọ isi ya darịrị ili ya na ọnwụ ya ndịnda ọbịa ma ya dịka adịghị eji anyị kpọrọ adịkwuo ya dịka adị onye nnọ dị n'ala Igbo na-ekwu ute ugwu adịghị na-ekwu ute ka ego ige ege ebe na okwe ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchụ ụmụnne anyị eri achala ahụ ebe ahụ. Ndị eze ọdịnala ahafụrụ anyị kwesịrị ime n'ọha ọdọ ntịrị ọfụfụ onye eze ọdịnala ga-enọ gọvanọ achọrọ ịga a ga-aga ịkpọ nwoke iwe nama onye eze ga-aga ide eme kampen akụwa ọfụ ịma na onye ahụ bụ onye ụlọ ga-ere akụ onye si na onye agaghị eche Chineke bara ekwesu mba. Chineke bara ekwesu mba. ịmakwa n'oge gara aga mgbe anyị bụrụ nwatakịrị, mgbe anyị dị etota anyị toro na vileji, ọ na-abụ kedu mgbe ọ ga-edo otu na anyị mechaa anyị dị ime n'ụlọ, ndị oke mmadụ abịara akọrọ anyị akụkọ ife anyị ime ihe ndị agbụ. Gịnị bụ ihe ejiri akpọkọta nwatakịrị na vileji anyị ogbo dị iche iche? Dị ihe ejiri akpọkọta nwatakịrị na vileji anyị ogbo dị iche iche. Dịka anyị bịa n'ezinụlọ ebe a kpọrọ anyị ezi anyị hiri nne, maka na nna nna anyị nọrọ ọtụtụ ndụ. Ọ ga-ahụ anyị mechaa ahụ mgbe ọ karịsịkwa oge ahụ ọnwa na-eji afọta anyị na-eji achụ ụrụ akpọkọta anyị. Mgbe akwụkwọ nne nna m akpọkọta anyị anọ abịara akọrọ anyị akụkọ ife. Ọ ga-ada atọ anyị ụtọ imecha ajọ si dị ihe mụtara na akụkọ ifo a. Kemsi m ajụ na vileji anyị dị iche iche bụ ara ịkọkọrọ nwatakịrị akụkọ ife, ara ịgọrọ anyị egwu ọnwa dị ihe ndị ka anyị nwere ndị oke mmadụ kpọrọ ndị ime iji kwado ọdịnala anyị n'ebe ụmụaka etota nọ dị ha dị imegbu. Adị mgbe a na-akwụ mgba dị otu egwu ọdịnala magbọrọ ji nọ ụmụ nwaanyị adịkwa ịgba egwu ọdịnala ndụ ahafụrụ egwu egwu ọdịnala ọ ga-abụ asịrị na a ga-adị wee kọ. Ụmụ nwaanyị obodo anyị dị iche iche adịkwa wee ga mara ụkwụ mkpụ ụlọ akụ gbaa egwu ọdịnala anyị bụ a ga-adị sket and blouse ife aka n'elu. N'ihu ka anyị bụ otu na dabụ chiji otu emechaa ahụ niile a dị ime n'ụlọ. Ọ kweta aka ya dịka elekere onye asaa elekere onye asatọ ibili. Ọ bụrụ na imechaa ihe gị bịa n'ụlọ nwatakịrị ibe ọ ga-ede ọnụ ya amị ya eme chi bụ adịghị ọbụla ekiri ị ga-ime ngwa ngwa maka na mmadụ ukwu ji ifere anyị ife adị akụkọ ọ ga-ekpọrọ anyị a na-aga eji ada amụtaghị mgbe ahụ igwere ya na-ejikọta nwatakịrị ọnụ gịrị amata nwanne gị ụnụ ada akọ akụkọ ịhụrụ ọcha ajụọ ya ajụjụ. Ọ bụ otu ọ dị mgbe ụwa mụrụ ụwa ọkwa n'omenala Igbo ọ dịkwa gbuo ogbu ha m si m ajụ ọ bụghị igbere ihe ndị a nji laa ọ bụghị igbere ihe ndị a nji laa gara nwatakịrị ma ọnụ nọ ụnụ atụ ọrụ adịghị ka a na-emere anyị mgbe ahụ abịa ajụọ osi dịrị alụzi riri ji onye ya sị eri m jide nkasị anyị eri m jide ekpere di ya eri m jide amasị. Ụwa ada atọ ka mmemme ụwa ada atọ shuga betigbo dị ụmụntakịrị anyị na vileji were ndị imegbu ndị ime ejiwe daa nọkọta mara ọdịnala. Adị mgbe anyị na-agba egbu ọnwa gbuo ofe niile anyị gasịala omenala anyị ma anyị gasịwala lọta ndị gboo ọtụtụ n'ime anyị hapụrụ anyị kwesịrị eme dị otu eji zụọ mgbe nọ n'obodo mgbe nọ na vileji dị ihe ndị gba dị eme ha akpọ adịkwa ime ya asụlabụ civilization mgbe na-ekwote civilization bụ ndụgharị anyị lekwa ọnọdụ anyị nọ n'elu civilization gboo lekwa otu o ji n'ụlọ ezinụlọ anyị nwere obodo anyị dị iche iche ịghachia chọọchị anyị ndị ikpe anyị ghachila sita civilization because anyị nlaka ile ihe ndị ọdị ime obodo ndị ọzọ kọpere ya buru ya dị iche karịa ndị nwe ya. Lekwa otu obodo anyị nọrọ ụbọchị taa onye mere anyị ihe ka ọ dị ntere ala mma malụwa ike na malụwa ya ọdọ. Ee mpaghara ụlọ ọtụtụ ahịa ọgbọ n'ụlọ obodo anyị dị iche iche gbọ adịkwaghị ịzụ adị ndị nwere aja eke aja ori ahịa nkwụ ọtụtụ ahịa ndị ghara ịzụ ahịa ndị ndụgharị anyị ndị agba niile menagịrị ọ lawala. Ọtụtụ obodo dị iche iche ịrụkwa mmemme eji wee mee ma afọ ngwụwa n'ala Igbo ndị nde n'ime ezigbo mmemme iri ji iri ji ọhụrụ ga-abụ onye chọọ onye nnọkọta ihe eti ya mmemme eji emeri ji dịda arụsị ji ya onye ajị iri ohiri ya nke ole ọ bụ ji ọ gara n'ahịa ga-azụ ndị ele ụfọdụ ndị Igbo anyị ya chara ịnọ na Spen ndị ime m ihiri ji na Spen ụfọdụ gara Germany iri ji ụmụ ihiri ji na Germany ndị a wee dị ime mmemme iri ji ọhụrụ n'ala Igbo jụọ wesị gaa suwebeji mkpa jiwe bịa bejiwe suwebeji ngaji ọhịa anụ weji ya adị ka anụ ọkpa iji ede mmemme iri ji abara dijitalị mmemme ọgbọgọst agwụ nna agbụrụ ọgọst mgbe igbu echi Septemba mmemme iri ji abara dijitalị ọ dịkwa otu ọ dị na mbụ ọ ga-abụ ịga zụrụ chi Chineke gị ala gwa mere m ebere adịkpaghị ndị a ndị iri ji Igbo jụọ kwesị iji ya ihiri ya mgbe ole bịa beji m n'ọrụ ihiri ji iji iri ji ya iji ọjọọ na-atọ ọchị ịdị iri ji adị ka ihiri gị ka ya mmemme iri ji ịhụla m iberiberizm ohere ndị eze ole dị ime ọgadi inwe n'obodo gbapụ obodo ndị iche iche bụ ndị eze dị ime mmemme iri ji ezigbo onye eze kwesịrị ịbịa tinye ebe onye eze ndị ọfọ ala kwesịrị oge durie asị na onye eze eriela ji gbapụ obodo ndị nwere eze ji ụmụ nwaanyị ole ndị ịrụ ọnọdụ ịrụ ede bụ ụmụ nwaanyị ole adịkwa nke nwanọ n'ala Igbo ndị ọdịnala ndị odime ọdịnala abanyela dijitalụ niile anọ Chineke mere ndị Igbo ebere Chineke mere ndị Igbo ebere mgbe ndị na niile nga anọchi ma Biafra dara ha niile abanyela politicize ndị a bụ oge na-adịghị anya unu eji tinye ka New Year Festival ji iji iri ya n'ule ọ bụ ajụjụ m na-eju biko nụ ọ bụ ajụjụ m chọrọ iji mechie ọrụ ụbọchị taa nwanne m mgbaghị m ji iri ji unu nọ na Germany ji iri ji ọkwa ya ji unu ji iri na Germany unu iri ya n'ole na Germany ndị nọ Spen njiri ji na Spen unu ihiri ya n'ole ndị nọ na Anambra jiri ji na Anambra unu ihiri ya n'ole gba unu ihiri ji ya bifo gị na-ekwu okwu iri ji gara iwe otu ibe ọrụ maọbụ ibe ọrụ atụ ihi nna ji nụnụ onye ga-azụrụ ji iri maọbụ ji iri na nna ya sịrị ya ji ime mmemme iri ji gee ntị m amaghị ebe mmemme iri ji mmemme iri ji mgbe mmemme iri ji bụ mmemme iri ji eji eshi rice eji ọkụ na-ejeri bụ iri ji iti ya maka ọ bụ iri ji anyị ọtụtụ achọghị m ịbanyechere ime ahịa maazụ Panama but you come out Joni aga na Benue steeti hụta ji ịzụrụcha gị esila ijiri ji onye ọdọ ijiri bụ ihe iji mere ọdịmara iji mere omenala ma ebe iri ji Chineke bịara anapụta anyị bụ ndị Igbo Chineke biko bie ekpere papa adịghị nnapụta ga-enapụta ndị Igbo karịa imeta Biafra bịa adịghị ọdọ ka anyị lahụ azụ maka na ndị kasịla mkpọji ụzọ n'ọkụ mkpọta nwatakịrị gaa ha kwa n'ozi ya agaghị ugboro abụọ a na-aga ha n'ozi na anyị chọrọ ịgaghị ugboro abụọ ka anyị nwekwana ike gatakwa n'ụlọ ozi cheta ihe n'ozi ya maka na ọba anyị hapụ otu dịka chi dị ijide afọ ha adị emebikwu mmiri anyị nteridoa amịla aka ọ mara ụka anyị nje otu ole esi mmiri a n'ọkụ nwee ike rie ya maka na agụrụ nje anyị adịghị ụtọ na-abụghị tinye mma ahụ tinye ya alibasa gbee ya mmanụ shie ya ọkụ lene m anyị mkpụrụ ju afọ mana nwadị nke ibe mana ọ ga-abụ anyị tee mmiri ọdọ anyị amara otu anyị ga-ime ka ha ahụ mmiri na mmiri ya aka hapụ ime ya aka ọdọ maka na nke ahụ mgbada ụka anyị riri anyị ejifu ya rijuo afọ anyị ụlọ ọtọfụ anyị ụtọ ọtọ kwesịrị ịtọ n'ọnụ ọbụ ndị suru bekee wasịrị emefu ya enjoy ka anyị nwee ike tegharịa mmiri a tegharịa mmiri a nwee mkpachapụrụ anya ọ bụrụ ọba anyị tee mmiri a na-edokwasịla elu ukwu ahụ mmiri ya aka ọdọ afọ eme ya aka ọdọ ọkụ ma anyị nji ime mmadụ arịọ eze chukwu okike abịa ma ọmaka amalechi onye mbụ ụlọ onye ikpeazụ ụgbọ na-ara atọ egwu ọsịma dịrị nne mmadụ arịọ chineke ka afọ chineke ka oke chineke ka orie biko bata ụzọ ọbụla anyị ji mejọ biekpere ndị ngwa anyị sị na ọgba akwụrụ ụlọọgwụ biekpere ikpe mara asị ọkaka na omeme biko bịa nyere anyị aka biko eze ebube anọ ndara anyị n'oche ikpe nọrọ anyị n'oche amara biko mee ka anyị nwee ike wugharịa obodo a anyị wugharịa obodo a mba obodo ikpere anyị na mba obodo obodo esi n'ọgwụ obodo ike tụsa ndị gị mee ka obodo a laghachitere anyị ka anyị jiri aka anyị mechie makwanye ya mee ya dịka ọtụtụ obi si dị mee ya dịka ka ntụziaka esi dị mee ya dịka ị ga-esi nye anyị ntụziaka ka anyị mee ya otu ahụ maka ụmụ na-abịa abịa ka ọ dịrị anyị na mma mgbe ị ga-emere anyị otu a ọtụtụ na nsọpụrụ ọchasa ekele anya gị na-akụ enwe bụ eze chukwu okike abịa ma ise igbo ụzọ m ọzọ ụfọdụ ga-efu ofe afọ nwanne ka ọka bụ onye ahụ tata ihe ji ya dịrị nwa ọkụ na mmadụ nwaanyị na mma a sị m ndụ mere ndụ azụ mmiri atara azụ ahụ mmadụ asị biko ga-ekpere ekpere n'ọgịdịrị anyị na mma onye ọbụla gbafute onwe ya anyị tụkọta aka nụ maka obodo anyị na ha sịa na otu a na ọ dị ma mma n'obodo a bụ obodo anyị ala na mba ala anyị ha fịa ndị ole gị mere anyị ọhụụ na ọ gbara na anyị ga-etụkọta aka ọnụ metụ obodo anyị dịrị mma mmadụ asị igbo m ụzọ m ọzọ Biafra ndị nwere ụbọchị taa ya ma ọ dị mma unu chere mọtụgbu izu ụka ọrụ aga m echụsọ nwanna onye ahụ taa tafi echi udo dịrị unu
Well. Good program. Sometimes these things are entertaining. Back to the issue of the day. Why is Nigeria pariah to Africa? Why? Why can't the Oduduwas stand and say no to mental, psychological colonization? Why? Why can't the Middle Belt do the same? Though Mazi Nnamdi is doing it, Biafrans are still culpable. They are guilty as well. To watch our leader Mazi Nnamdi can be in that situation. They are not there. All Nigerians and Biafrans, shame on you for other countries, Muslim countries, to realize what leader you have. They wish they have that leader. Shame on all of you. You are trying to be royally correct, to be accepted by London, by Britain, by America, by Europe. You want to be accepted because you are inferior. All of you are shameless. We are shameless people. See these countries. They have seen hardship. and they are endowed with natural resources, and they watch these people invade their territory, extract their resources, and then insult them upon that. And when they rise to say no, you get baboons from West Africa saying they are ECOWAS. Man, it's very shameful. Very, very shameful indeed. You want your God to tell you, "I get ready to go to war." That tells you how ignorant most of these African leaders are. And I'll be limiting my qualifications. Mostly West African leaders, especially the British colonized areas. Shame on you. There is nothing like Nigeria. The more we step up the pressure to dissolve this union, it's not a union, it's a contraption. I am saying that there are so many qualified Nigerians and Biafrans, so many qualified Oduduwa people, so many qualified Arewa people, so many qualified Middle Belt people, so many qualified Biafrans that can stand on their own, and their qualified number should be in millions. But they are not talking, they are not even protesting. They are not relating to people at home to say, okay, this is what you do. They are more interested in going to be a house member. Your membership will be worthless. You are worthless, and your membership worthless, because you are watching the devastation these people are going to create in a few months to come. What is the value of your money? It's free fall. It is free fall. And then they will be taking your resources. The worst crime our people in diaspora will commit is not to advise those at home as to what to do. And they themselves, we in diaspora, if we fail to mount a very big opposition to this domination, then we are done. We are done. We are a shame to the black race. We are a shame to the black race. Look at other blacks that were enslaved, like to Jamaica, to Brazil, to Haiti, St. Thomas. They are telling you, we need rescue. We need a helping hand. Now, instead of giving them the helping hand, we are running there to say you want to live there. Not only that, your own land they are coming to invade, you are helping them invade your country, your land, and then steal your resources. You see why I am angry. The call number is +1 484-767-0848. Giant of Africa, that a pygmy can take down. A giant of Africa, just to boast. You are Nigerian. You don't have control of your land. You don't have control of your resources. You don't have control of your government. You don't have control of infrastructure. Anything, you don't have control of it. It's controlled by the West and the EU. And go there, we dominate. We roam around like maggots. And they gave you UN. They gave you Security Council. They gave you World Health. And what do? They oppress you. They suppress you. The same France that triggered and made sure that our territory is ceded to Cameroon, Bakassi, was removed from Nigeria. And it is the same Nigeria and Britain that collaborated to take away Biafra land and send it to Cameroon. But we have qualified Nigerians. We have qualified Biafrans that watch the documentation. No argument. No resentment. Just give me the paper and the money and I'll sign it. The call number is +1 484 767 0848. Live broadcast from Radio Biafra, USA. I'm glad people are listening. I'm glad that it's not the deaf Nigerians that don't want to hear the truth. At least foreigners are learning the truth from us. When you don't value something, those that value it take it and full advantage of it. And that which you think you own, you don't have access to it. Give away your land for military purposes. And one day they will just deposit radioactive materials and all of you will be dying, falling off like flies. You want to be associated with America. I want to be associated with Britain. I want to be associated with the same West. Now the eyes of the world are getting open, but that of Nigeria, the greatest exposition they gave was during the COVID. During the COVID, you saw what they did. Call out your name and where you calling from.
Yes, Mazi. Good morning from here.
Welcome.
Yes, Mazi. Mazi Alozia, so much thank you for your wonderful program this morning. Good morning, Biafrans. Good afternoon, good night, whatever time zone a day. My name is Judo Kafo. Judo Kafo is from Agbo. Agbo is in Anioma. Anioma is in Biafra land. And Anioma people are Igbo people 100%. All the way from Igboakiri. We are Igbo. Every time I call Radio Biafra, I will always identify myself and tell the world where I am from. Because the liberation that is going on in Africa, the liberation train that is touching every nook and corner of Africa, is as a result of ignorance and lies that were told, both religiously and otherwise. All the things they brought to our land, to Africa, to enslave us, with their education and everything, and all the story we were told, both where we come from and how we are living, and everything we are going through in Africa as a black man and as a Biafra. So therefore, Ika people are not from Benin, because we are Igbo people, all the way from Igboakiri. We will tell our story. What is going on in Gabon, Niger, is the way we are telling the world that we are indigenous Igbo found today in Delta State. We are Igbo to the core. And that is why we have Eke, Afo, Ori, and Kwa. And that is why we answer Chinedum, Chukuma, Okochuku, Ifanyi Chuku. We know who we are. For those of Una that doesn't know who you people are, especially you people from Ikwere, we from Anioma, even when our governor, as a politician, he still identifies himself as an Igbo man. So we will never hide who we are, who we are, and where we are coming from, and where we come from. We are Igbo people. And that is why in Ikaland we have what we call Omenani and Odinani. Nswali. And that is why we call our olden days people Ndimbo. There is no Bini man that call his ancestors Ndimbu. And there is nobody that is called Obaseki. In my family, in my village, in my land, we answer Igbo name and we are Igbo people. We must unite as one people. I want every Igbo man that see a Neoma man to embrace them. Embrace them. Love them. They are your brothers and sisters. One blood. It is time we stop discriminating. Ndubukwandi Igbo. Are you Igbo? How can you ask a man that is called Judoka for is an Igbo man? Do Yoruba or Hausa Binima do they answer Okafo? We must love ourselves so that the train of the restoration, the train that is moving in Africa will reach our own and we get our Biafra. We must unite with Anioma. We must unite with Ikwere. We must unite with our brothers in Lower Kogi and Lower Benue. We must unite with all our Igbo brothers and sisters around the world for we to get to our destination. We must be one. One people. One blood. One destiny. Look at what is happening in Gabon today. The people have now realized that the freedom must get to their domain. And today, it has happened. Today, there is no more a suppressing regime. There is no more. Imagine a country that is being ruled by a family 52 years to rule a nation. My father's property. We own the country. We must rule the country. And the people that say they brought democracy to our land, they are saying this and want to have the European Union and the America. Are there be any time your president or your governor has spent 20 years ruling you people America? Because I'm in this land. Every 4 years we contest election here. European Union, in Europe, every 4 years they change president. Why is it in only Africa you have one man per day ruling the country for 40 years? And you people are not saying anything. Only in Africa you have an old man who is close to his grave. In fact, it's our ancestor called Tinubu. He's the president of the zoo. You people are not coming. You people are not saying democracy must take place. Tinubu, you cannot be president, you are too old. But you people can only intervene when it comes to resources of Africa. When it comes to stealing of our gas and oil, you people are giant. You people have all kind of plane and missile. But when it comes to the suffering of the African people, you people are nowhere to be found. When it comes to the freedom and liberation of Biafra, you people don't want to talk about it. When it comes to the freedom of Mazi Nnamdi, Kanu, you people are silent. American European Union. It is time for we now to join hands and liberate Africa together. So that all the black people all over this earth, they will come back home. Every black man that was taken from Africa to every corners of the world will come back home because Africa is their home. Our leaders in Africa have killed us so long. They are the reason why black man is being killed in New York City. They are the reason why black people are dying all over the world because black people have no home to call no place to call their home. Because when you start killing Chinese, they will go back to China. When you start killing the Europeans, they will move back to their various country. When you kill a black man in Africa, in America here, where is he going? Is he going to Nigeria where there's no light, no safety? Where are they moving to? They have nowhere. That is why they remain in every part of the world, suffering, scavenging everywhere for safety. But if Africa was to be beautiful like New York City, if Africa was to be like European countries and America and British, I tell you truth, my people, You will not see any black man in Europe, in America. They will come back home to their fatherland and join us to develop our continent. Imagine, they are laying pipe from Egbema to Spain. How many times have they laid pipe from New York or wherever to Africa? This is the leaders that have showed us. Every time they want to have African summit, they are going to Switzerland to hold it. Every time they want to do anything about Africa, they are coming to America, they are going to Russia, they are going there. Shame on you people, African leaders. Anytime you people want to contest election, you people are running to 10 Kanu Street, Chatham House, White House, going to China to go and lick their ass. How many of them are contesting their presidents in their country that comes down to Africa to come and campaign? No! You people are putting your lives in China's hand. Now, Russia is creeping in. Africans can do for themselves what nobody can do for them. We have what it takes to survive as a black people in Africa. Because if we combine the resources of Africa, all big country in Africa, if we calculate the resources that we have and we use it to develop Africa, these Ipob people now they're going to come to beg us food to eat. Because 99% of what is feeding them is from Africa. Biafra is what we need. And Biafra is what we get. Because in Biafra, Africa will rise. In Biafra, we will lead the world. In Biafra, we will make the world know that black people indeed are blessing for Chukukika Biama. Because we will use what is in our head. We will use the technology that Chukwu Abiam has given us to show the world that we don't only depend on what is on the soil, but what is in our brain. Science and technology, manufacturing, not drilling of oil and waiting for palliative. We don't do that. Biafra will be a country, the first country in Africa to go to space, the moon, wherever any other country can go. Biafra will be there. Mazi, thank you very much for this wonderful time you gave me. Chukwu Abiyama bless you. All of us will live long to see Biafra in our time. In the name of Chukwu Kike Abiyama's name I pray. Ise. Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks to Russia. Because not for the strength and awareness and support given by the Russians to free yourself, we wouldn't. Call out your name and where you calling from.
We are Biafrans and our language we. And the Gabon is doing it. As Mali, all the African continent, they are setting themselves free. Are you not seeing it? And the Nigeria here is caging us. And the turn of Nigeria has come. That every race in Nigeria must be free. And Biafra, we are going. Anywhere is it not why you are here to be free? How your Christians can want to be free? Who is that human being on this earth that will stop us from being free? Nobody. Are we taking the land of America? And only all the in all your people are placing calls on anybody that support that stand against us on the but you see? You see saying how this only that then they massacred all of us will be youth. And all youth, you know they see how many do we remain? That's all. That is all. Let any blood shed there. Then you will understand who Kabiyama is. You people have done a lot, the worst. Dada chike do them dada lo kwuli we kan say dada chike do oya wonye mma oya we dada Nnamdi ka hapụla ya dada Nnamdi ka no nwa Chineke ha ga me gịnị all the African continent, then Nnamdi Kanu have come to set Africa free. Any foreigner here in our land, that is when bishop and father and pastor they are using our people to catch us with everything, both education and America want to come and put their squad on here. And we said a lie. Our ESN is competent in our church. We are talking about our Biafrans. The rest of the fire itself. All people say, is it not the human beings that are there? Our leader didn't have the kind. If we remove his clothes and send his car, that is that we start talking. Our leader is alive. And the owner apology to anybody. Apology to who? You will pay him every human right to to him. Now common sense. Then take a dozen. That day on Hebrews chapter 8, Hebrews chapter 9, and Hebrews chapter 10, from verse 1 to end, my pope, earthly and heavenly worship. Christ's sacrifice take away sins. Then Jesus, our high priest. Then that was all the other pastor. Then to call them and sins to and then they take it. Deuteronomy chapter 5, Deuteronomy chapter 8, and Deuteronomy chapter 12. The 10 commandments, a good land to be possessed. Then the one place of worship. I buy like a kaiga for to Kwabiam. Onya oh, Onya Kenetin, all of them named, but how I win them with SG? I said, but you got by your yam. What then? You don't even know how to plant yam. Then you want to come and tell us that is a little because they hate us, oh yeah. Okay, so hate that thing come and them out. That is a wash. But if you hate, okay, says can hate and finish, can take this land. Who's a move? What are they? What's your cast of one soon gone? What time you want to bring on? I owe the young gun. Now, a terrible direct one to you with immediate effect. Let us all talk it away. If America wants, let them bring the jet for us. We are competent. So that when we defend that we are dead there. That is I know America came. How about I appear everywhere? That is a problem. No, we are peaceful people. Are we there? Until they bring our leader and say every document, get away, we get away marriage of us. Nonsense. And all of you are leaders. They say the deed is coming. Let's talk about that already. And let's give the history of Omo from beginning to end. And let us know who you are. Dara, okay, breaking over. The question up for Galapari can
Ndewo, your line is up. Ndewo. Call her your name and where you're calling from.
Good morning, Mazi Oforma.
Good morning. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Suku Emmanuel, and I'm speaking from my location. Thank you once again, as always, Mazi Oforma. I greet our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the man who set up this platform to expose everything that is going on in the whole world, especially in Nigeria. Chukwu Kikabiama will be the strength of our leader. And all of those who have heard this news and embrace on it. Our leader have said that Nigeria is a cancer to Africa. It is very, very clear that Nigeria is a cancer to black race, to Africa. When you see somebody from Nigeria, you think that you are seeing somebody You don't know his animal. The animal inside the bush is far better than somebody from Nigeria. They don't think. They don't reason. What they want is Nigeria. One Nigeria. What is the meaning of one Nigeria? They don't know. The thing that baffles me is that the hatred the one Nigeria has to an Igbo man in Nigeria. And the same Nigeria, you will see somebody from Igbo land, from Biafra land. He will be championing one Nigeria. You see a woman being. You are hated. And you hate yourself. That was the whole thing. Somebody called Radio Biafra early morning today and said that in Abuloja, whatever they call it in Lagos, so many of the Igbo houses were marked to bulldoze in 7 days in Lagos. I was asking myself, what is wrong with some Yoruba leaders or Tinubu or Sanwo-Olu in Lagos? Why are you pulling people's house down, Igbo people houses down? For what do they say? Instead of fighting for those who are fighting you, instead of fighting for Fulani who have taken over Lagos and Yoruba land, to fight, to see a way to liberate your people from bondage in the name of Nigeria, you are busy destroying Igbo property in Lagos. We have idiots as a leaders. We have slaves as a leader, like Iwanyamu, who was claiming recently as Ohaneze Ngibu, president or chairman. None of all these idiots can make a statement.
Yeah,
Hello?
Let me break it and put something on there. I'll help you out. I will help you out. You see, they are marking your houses in Lagos. It's not the first time, it's not the second time, it's not the third time. I don't want to hear it. The Yorubas are telling you to go home. This is their own way of telling you. When we Biafrans exit Lagos, go home. The division is there. They might not be very clever and come out to tell you, we don't want you. We are Yorubas, we are Duduwa people. But Igbos will not understand. You don't get it. Mazi Oforma, this is the one I'm helping you. These people have continued to destroy your homes in Lagos, and you continue to stay. And they will continue to mark them and bulldoze them. They are telling you, go home. You don't want to go. They are telling you there's nothing like one Nigeria. They want to give account of themselves without you being there. But you cannot settle as an Igbo man. You cannot settle and think. Then the money you want to go and make naira. Worthless money. Worthless. That's what you want to go and make. I don't care how many they bulldoze. The only thing you realize is when they start chopping off your head. Igbos, go home. You will not go. The Oduduwa people are clever. The way we Igbos are being killed, properties damaged, you're still there. I'm not going to cry for you until your head starts rolling. And then I won't even cry. I'll say, oh, sorry. That's if I can sum up the courage to tell you sorry. There's nothing like Nigeria. Release our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Let him go. You refuse to go home. Most of you don't even know your village. We're just telling you, you don't even, your fathers don't even know their village, not to talk of you. I gave you analysis yesterday of 40-year-old mothers in Lagos. How long have they been in Lagos? Since after the war. Most of them have never reached home. How can they speak Igbo? They cannot speak Igbo. Their children cannot speak Igbo. But they ask Igbo name. They call her your name and where you're calling from.
Dr. Chukwuemeka, thank you for taking my call. You're speaking to your brother Buzenwido, the scavenger. I'm calling from Africa Sud, South Africa. I greet my leader, Nnamdi Kanu, a prisoner of conscience, who set up this Radio Biafra, a citadel of knowledge and spirituality to educate us, we Biafrans, including even the people who call themselves Nigeria. The whole world and Africa is educating all of us, and that is what you, Dr. Chukwuemeka, is doing. That is how you know somebody who believes that somebody is a leader. Wherever your leader is, what you know is to hold that torch. Your leader said, hold it until when I come back. He didn't say you must take the torch and go and look for another place where you can get other fish, get anything. No, he said you must stand one place and hold that torch. And that is what you, Dr. Chukwuemeka, is showing us example. And we are with you. Biafrans, you're speaking to a brother of Buzenwido, the scavenger. I'm calling from Africa Sud, South Africa. I speak once again. Dr. Chukwuemeka, there is one thing that is even going on now, and that is why I say that I don't know these people. They say they are our elders. I don't know how they are thinking. I don't know what is in their mind. It's in Biafra land that I have now seen that even elders are now siding one person. Elders. And these elders are from Olo in Imo State. When I say here that they have break record, some people think yes, others are breaking record, but their own record is getting out of hand. That Olo elders are even causing other people, or any other person who don't believe in Uzodema, or any other person who is voting for APC, they are laying curse on him. But we know that God knows their heart, and God cannot hear their prayer. There is no way God can hear. How can God hear the prayer of people who don't know themselves? Who always, all the time, tell us there is a way to do it, but we have never seen. That is what I'm very much worried on this type of prayer from Imo elders. You see them dress nicely, carry bead, carry everything, put on top of themselves, and now they have the God to curse others who don't believe in them. I've never heard this anywhere in the world. That is why I told you that these people are not elders. They are just prison warders. And they are behaving beyond the expectation, because this one is beyond expectation that they are doing. You can see how they behave. These are the members of the Ohanese. These are the members of Ohanese, because all of them, they will, if they are not top to Ohanese, maybe tomorrow they will join the Ohanese. These are the Ohaneses that don't know what is bargain. They don't even know when to talk. They don't even know how to make political statement. They don't even have anything bargain. They don't even know how to use a word to bargain, because the Nigerian court have already discharged our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a prisoner of conscience, from their court. There is nothing attached to it. And these people called Ohanese is still that is messing up our prestige. Thinking that we, the IPOB, we are like them who are trying to get money to build a hotel in Kavanchan, Ezekpoloko Hotel, and the Kavanchan Hotel, and driving those locals starting to write, from Kusha, this and that. These are what they are thinking. They don't know we IPOB were looking for. Our agitation is to free ourselves so that we can make decision. I don't know how anybody can that is mess himself up. Somebody believing on somebody Ohaneze who don't have address. I know that there is a house called Ariwa House. I know that there is a house called Oduduwa House. They are even afraid to build their own Ohanese house. People who don't have address. They don't have fixed address. These people they call Ohanese. They are afraid even to call Biafra. Whereas they have Oduduwa House. They have Ariwa House. They are afraid they cannot do anything. Anywhere money go is where they go. We are still waiting for their song. Akanchawa is for Buhari. I don't know which one. Whether it's their head, gray head is what they will use to sing song this time around for Tinubu, and that is what they are displaying. These people are. I don't know we don't know where to qualify these people because our brother on Sunday even called them. He said that these people is Afodimpa. He called them Afodimpa, the stomach first. That is whom they are. Myself, I call them this Ohanese and governors. All of them are prison warders. There is nothing that will come out from these people. I wonder if not because of our leader Mazi Nnamdi, a prisoner of conscience who came out. Hey, these people they will sell us without anything because they don't even if they sell us, they don't know what to do with the money. They don't know. You don't know what they do with this money. All this money they're gathering up and down, wearing long dress, with a big stomach everywhere. That is what they are. Other races are fighting for their people, gathering everything, all the wealth, all the Nigeria wealth. They don't have, even when our leader give them expo or how to bargain to get even the presidency they are looking for, they didn't listen to our leader. Our leader was using even tactics, trying to educate them, but these people are irredeemable. Ohaneze and all the elders in Igbo land, they are irredeemable. There is nothing you can get from these people. There is nothing. Biafrans, what we are looking for is freedom. Freedom, we don't need any attachment to. Thank you, my leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a prisoner of conscience. You said you are not begging for your freedom. You are not begging for your freedom. That is what our leader said. They think that our leader is their spiritual tortoise. Tortoise was in the den. When they want to remove it, he started to shout, "Remove me here, smelling me." You don't know that our leader is unshakable. And our leader, we, the followers, we are unshakable. We are going nowhere. They are wasting their time, and they are going down to the abyss. We are waiting them. We are pieces them one by one, bit by bit. At the end, Biafra will come. Thank you, Biafrans, for taking. Thank you, Mazi, for taking my call. Biafrans, I love you. POB members, you are my blood, and you are kicking. As long as you are kicking, I'm kicking. No shaking. Bye.
Call number plus 14847670848. Caller, your name and where you calling from.
Good evening, sir. This is your son, Thank you for taking my call. Thank you, every Biafran out there. Daddy, I just want to ask, if I just want to tune in or maybe search for those that are uncle from Australia, how do I get over them with this your program today that you linked them up? How do I get to get both their previous messages or presentations? How do I browse or maybe search to get them?
It's recorded, but it got to be uploaded in the YouTube. I'm trying to get that set up very soon. We'll be getting most of these things on the YouTube. So
okay. It's all right. That would be a good one for us. Okay, I just want to say something quickly because I learned so much from them, and I think today's presentation, breaking from them down your own side and the lingua I gave is naturally or spiritually connected together with the same related topic and advice, you know. So I heard them talking about, one of them said something, he made a definition of what freedom is all about. He said that freedom is very important, or should I say the features of a freedom is very much important in everything one does, be it in your business, in your economic activity, which is a business, or maybe in your constitutional agitation for political, administrative, rights and all that. That freedom is important.
Your line just dropped, Mazi. So, one of those things. You're not acting up today. Your line just dropped. You see what is going on. People talk to you in different ways. Go home. Go home. You don't want to go home. Find yourself. Get your identity and go home. You don't want to go home. And now you say they are burning your homes. They are marking them for destruction. Did it start today? Call out your name and where you calling.
Hello. Yes, good evening, Mazi Aloze. This is Chidubem calling from the Republic of Seychelles. This evening, I just want to say a very big thanks to my leader, Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, once again. Because we never knew that all this while that he was suffering, preaching this gospel, that nations who were ready to listen and take upon the things that he has taught us, we are waiting for the exact time, which you can see. It is speaking out today. 5 countries in Africa have broken from the chains of imperialistic and neo-colonialist Westerners. Like Nnamdi Kanu would always say, that Nigeria is a cancer that is eating up Africa. I can see the passion, the way you were yelling, because of the stupidity of some Africans, especially in Nigeria, the way they reason. People are taking what belongs to them by force. The imbecile they put as a leader is coordinating ECOWAS to go and fight people who are liberating themselves. Today, the EU has they've made a statement and they are quaking. People are fighting to liberate themselves. You slave is coordinating others to go and fight those who are fighting themselves. It's just unfortunate. I stand with them Gabon, and I hope all these leaders who are liberating themselves from neo-colonialism and this imperialistic government from the West would learn from the past of how their people have suffered and make sure that everything that belongs to every citizen of their countries gets to the least person on the street, and the development they've been yelling for until Africa starts liberating themselves from this neo-colonialists who will never get it right. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must be released. We are calling on the government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu to release Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He's a prisoner of conscience. He has no crime against him. Nigeria committed an atrocious crime against him. The court of competent jurisdiction, the second hierarchical structural court in the land, which is the appeal court, has discharged him. The Nigerian government must release him. Nnamdi Kanu told them that he's coming down with fire and brimstone. They thought he was coming with guns and bullets, but he made them understood that the truth is a far more potent weapon and very sophisticated than guns and bullets. But today, the earth is burning, right from Russia to Ukraine, down to the EU. America is burning, European is burning, Africa is burning, just because one man is held in a dungeon despite getting justice. We will continue to fight. Nigerian government must understand that we, Ipobians, we have taken an oath to defend Biafra. We have no back to go to. Our destination is Biafra. Whether they like it or not, they deceive our fathers. We have come to die for Biafra. Like Nnamdi Kanu has taught us, we have come to realize that in the gospel he preached that freedom is more important than life. We have dissected and analyzed it and saw that truly, truly, freedom is better than life. We want freedom. No matter how much they kill us, we will continue to speak until we get Biafra. Because Biafra is a light that has come to shine in Africa. Just as in Biafra, Africa died, in Biafra also, Africa will rise in perpetuity again and never to quench. Mazi, thank you for the good job you're doing, and all radio presenters. May Chukwukika, the God of the land of our ancestors, which is Biafra, continue to strengthen you all and strengthen all IPOB members who are fighting assiduously to make sure we get our freedom. Good night from the Republic of Seychelles. There, sir.
There, thank you very much. Thank you. The call number is +1 484 767 084. Try and get in your call as quickly as you can, because the time is going. Call your name and where you call it.
Mazi Oforma, calling from San Francisco Bay Area.
Mazi, go ahead. Your line is dead. Mazi, go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, good. Thank you, Mazi Oforma, San Francisco Bay Area. I have been very, 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 very sad about the role Ohanese Ndibo is playing, the way Ohanese Ndibo feel that it can play double role in what is going on. How in the world would it be that Ohanese Ndibo feel that it can speak for IPOB? Ohanese Ndibo feels it can speak for Ndibo in the way that Ohanese Ndibo think that Ndibo are stupid. Maybe there's an element of truth in it. If not, why would Mazi Nnamdi Kanu still be in dungeon, DSS dungeon till today? Why haven't all of us, why haven't everybody reaching up and say we are marching to Abuja? Because Ohanese Ndibo believe that we are stupid. But I think Ohanese Ndibo will realize this time that IPOB is not stupid. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not leading stupid people. Let me remind them, as I did on Twitter, they wrote eulogy. Some of them had written their own eulogy, not that of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because they believed that the outcome of the assassination plot, which they had with the Nigerian terrorist military, would be successful. But it didn't happen. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu survived in 2017, and the Biafra also survived. And that trend is going to continue until we have our freedom. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will be free, and Biafra will be free. There is nothing anybody can do about that. That was the prophecy of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You IPOB family member, under a truly, truly, truly IPOB family member, stay awake wherever you are. The real fight is not visible, and I don't think it will ever be televised until the end of it comes. Let's look at Niger. France has said, I will read this out because it's a quote. I'm reading this out because it will give you an understanding of what that power and principalities that we're fighting against is all about. President Emmanuel Macron Our policy is simple. We do not recognize coup leaders. We support the president who has not resigned, and we are committed to standing by his side. We support diplomatic efforts by ECOWAS and military action when it will be approved in the framework of partnership. This is from President Emmanuel Macron of France. The president of Egypt, today the current president that came in 2013 was through coup. Before 2014, he resigned as a military person, from military, and became a leader in the election they had in 2014. But he's been ruling since 2013, from the time he carried out that coup. I wonder what Macron said and did. Macron doesn't want to leave. And I believe right now, Africans, Nigeria, I'm not the one to tell you, I believe you know. If you go back to the history of Algeria, the first bomb that exploded was planted by France. It was first flag operation. But FLN knew their history, they knew their tactics. And they calmed their people and said no. Of course, their people recognized that no, our people cannot do such a thing to us. This was by the foreign enemy. And their leader said, we will take action, we will revenge. Don't go, we know their plan. And they succeeded. So Niger, wake up, pay attention. I believe first flag operation may be in the works. Now, when did France start partnering with ECOWAS in military action? ECOWAS black. ECOWAS new French force to be used to demolish and destroy and keep Africa in bondage. Macron hasn't mentioned why it doesn't want to leave a poor country that wants them to leave. After all, this is a poor country, right? But you are getting $500 billion every year from Africa. You don't want to leave because 74% of your uranium comes from Niger. You didn't mention that in what you were saying, why you really do not want to leave. It's not about who rules. And I ask this question, what about the people? What do the people of Niger want? Isn't that what democracy is all about? Or your own dictation? You are the one who will dictate to them what they want. The same way it's happening all over Africa. The same way you are using ECOWAS to continue to perpetuate the imperialism, the new colonialism. America, the #1 power of the world, has not called what took place there a coup. Please wake up, everybody listen to this. The #1 power in the world has not called what took place a coup. But France, the president of France has called it a coup. I say they do not recognize those who lead by coup. But America has not called it a coup. What is there? That is what they do in Africa. Whatever benefits them, whatever protects their interests, no matter how unreasonable it may sound and it may be, as long as it serves the interests of the West, it's the right thing, and they will follow that course at our own detriment, the detriment of Africa and Africans. Africa is the richest continent in the world, yet Africans are poor because of the system they have established in Africa to keep it that way. It is Africans, we Africans who will change it, and the change has started. It's a revolution. Started in the mind. Mazi Oforma is blessed. He gave us that revolution of the mind. Those of us who didn't know that such a thing existed, he planted it, and now it's working across Africa. And we need to keep that fire burning. We need to make sure Mazi Oforma is free. Nigeria is not holding Mazi Oforma. You cannot see who is holding Mazi Oforma. And they want to use the face of Ohaneze Ndigbo to make it seem like it's not what it is.
Britain and their Western cohorts are holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu the same way they are holding Africa down, because freedom of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I believe, is intertwined with the freedom of not only Biafra but also Africa, which, by the way, I tweeted this many years ago. They gave us that evil name, South Africa, Sakibula, and I'd rather we answer Ethiopia and continue to answer this name, but eventually that will come true when we go back to our original name. Mazi, the Chukwu Kadama bless us, all of us, and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must be freed. And if Ndibo, go and take care of yourself, put your poison hand into your own mouth, test it. Leave IPOB alone, leave Mazi Nnamdi Kanu alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We are fast coming. Oh, it's gone. We'll be ending this broadcast here. Tomorrow, now waiting to happen. And all the subsequent announcements, we'll pick them up tomorrow. So I thank all of you that contributed to this broadcast, and I wish all of you a very good day. I can't say happy day. Gabon. 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 They have taken a stand. So, Nigeria, which way are you going? You still prefer to be slaves, British subjects in Africa? Let's see. You are ready to go to war, to impose those that want to free themselves. You are trying to recolonize them mentally and psychologically and physically. Agents of colonizers, Nigeria and their military and their security agents. Agents of colonizers who cannot venture to free their people. Free themselves that are security agents. You cannot free yourself. You cannot look at your counterparts abroad, outside your territory. Look at the election that just passed. They use DSS, they use SS, they use all this kind of supervised security operatives to suppress you yourself, that is security operative, and then you suppress your own children's future. See how they are devaluing Naira, and they want your resources. They are getting it, not paying for it. They are giving you little or nothing, and you'll be poor and poor and poor and poor forever. A giant of Africa, they said your head will be swelling and you have a nice day. Till tomorrow. Bye-bye.